everybody. Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. In Visualize Live.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to another fabulous week here on Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's wonderful to have your company. Welcome to Monday. I've got a great morning for you. It's going to be terrific, but it won't be nothing without you, so stick around, won't you? Let's start, as we always do, with our early bird. Very, very useful early bird this morning, actually. It is a Crafter's Dream seam guide. And this is one of the magnetic seam guides that sits on your machine, that goes on the bed of your machine. Now, let me show you how it works. Ever so clever. So what you've got is a magnet on the bottom. Okay, and these are absolutely fine on sewing machines. They're made to use on sewing machines, and you're using them down on your flatbed. I know people get a little bit concerned about magnets and computers, but you're not sticking it to the computerized front. And also, they're very weak magnets, really, at the end of the day. They're only there to hold it in place. And what you do is you fit it on to the bed of your machine. And what you can do is, the best thing to do is to use either a tape measure or an acrylic ruler to measure your seam allowance that you want. So it might be 3/8, 5/8, half an inch, dressmaking, whatever you're doing. And then position your seam guide on the bed of your sewing machine at that measurement, okay? And then when you come to do your sewing, you are actually lining your fabric not against the edge of the foot, but against the edge of the seam guide. And what that will do is it will hold it in position and give you a perfect seam allowance. Now, that's probably the most practical way that you're going to use it on a daily basis. But also when you're doing top stitching, and you want your top stitching, of course, even more important in some ways, you want that top stitching to be exactly equidistant all the way down. Again, use your magnetic seam guide. You can move it over, you can move it out, depending on what you want, to get that sort of perfect seam allowance. And it's such a boon. Dressmaking fits better, your patchwork's going to be more accurate, your top stitching's going to be more beautiful. So this is our early bird for today. Now, regular price is £4.99. I want to do a little price comparison just to show you what you could be paying elsewhere. Different brand, but I think it's fair to say probably made in the same place. You know, what are the £5.46. So £4.99, we are currently £47 cheaper. But we can do better than that. Can't we, Hannah? Let's do it. If you've already checked out, you paid £2.49. That's better than half price. Better than half price. A message. Morning all. I have one of these. I find it so useful. Karen, they certainly are. They certainly are. For a lot of people, they are the difference between an accurate seam allowance and one that's just kind of guesswork, really. So you set your seam allowance at whatever you want, and then you just make sure that your fabric is butted against your seam guide, and this is what you concentrate on, keeping your fabric against the edge of the seam guide. It's a great little gadget, really, really useful. We've actually got lots of you multi-buying. At £2.49, you could actually get two. Why did I hold up four fingers? Anyone know? You could actually get two for £4.98. Which is still less than the original price, isn't it? Isn't it? Another message. Thank you. I have the seam guide. It's so handy, even though I've been sewing for years. Yeah, okay. I think that's another really good point. It's not about being a beginner. It's it's just about, it's helpful, and it means you can concentrate on other things. You know what? This is such a handy thing. We're going to give you an even better price. If you've already checked out, and those of you that are multi-bought, you're going to make an even bigger saving here. Watch this. Hannah's in the house. She's back from her holidays and she's demob happy. $1.99. $1.99, amazing. So actually, if we think back to that original price, for £1 extra, you can get 3. You can get 3 for the original price. $4.99 is a great price for such a handy gadget. That's amazing. Well over 60 of you with it in your baskets. If you're all multi-buying, we've sold out. This is brilliant. And like I say, you've got that little magnet there. They are designed to use on sewing machines. They are completely safe to use on the bed of your sewing machine. And they do a great job. They do a great job. Keep you consistent. Lots and lots of you multi-buying. Yeah, lots of you well, of course, at $1.99 rather than $4.99. Makes a lot of sense. There is a bit of a queue on the phone line. Best way to get through, actually, is either through the website or the app. Yeah, but a message across the bottom. It's useful to have so that they can go either side of webbing or strap. Oh, that's a good idea, Sally, for things like bag making. Keep it because the last thing you want with those straps is for them to wobble a bit as you're sewing them on. Good tip, Sally. Thank you. Yeah, top stitching as well, you know, that's one of those things. Because it's that final finish, you want it to be as perfect as possible, don't you? It's meant to show. So use your seam guide for that too and have that lovely consistent look. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. It's a super early bird. I do need to let you know though, it is incredibly busy. If everyone is buying one seam guide each, I've got about 20 left. Kate says, oh, thank you, Hannah. I've just got another one. There you go. Hannah's in one of those moods. I think today's going to be a great day. In fact, let's just say a quick hello to the gallery, shall we, while we're talking. Hi, Hannah. Hi. Hi, Ollie. Hi. Where's Levi? Oh, he's gone off to do something. He's deserted us. We'll get him on screen later. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Absolutely brilliant early bird today. It is the Crafter's Dream Seam Guide. You could be paying. Can we do that price comparison again, please, Hannah? It was a different brand. It was a Prim brand. But, I don't know this, but they look like they were made in the same factory. They look identical. Yeah, £5.44, and we're charging £1.99. Oh, now I need to let you know, there's about 30 of you that are going to miss out. Please check out your baskets really quickly for me. Remember as well that once you've paid your postage, you're done for the day. Whatever else you order, no extra postage, 1 P&P all day. So actually, Hannah's little extra saving there has gone some way. That's brilliant. Thank you, Hannah. Now, let's talk about how to get in touch and how to shop. Now, we love you to get in touch. We love you to get in touch. You can send us emails, studio@sewingstreet.com. You can get in touch through Facebook, although I don't actually have Facebook on. I don't have the iPad, but we'll get it. We'll get it. Sewing Street TV on Facebook. And then we can go to the website, www.sewingstreet.com. And once you get there, click on Watch Live, and then you can send us a little message. Coming up on today's show, our early bird, about to sell out. That, by the way, I don't even have teens left. I've got 10 left. Last 10 then. Don't be slow. We've got beautiful fabrics this morning in the first hour from Moda. We've got sunshine and blue skies. We've got gorgeous ginghams and woven plaids. They are sublime. Yeah, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful fabrics. We've got Jen Kinwell lollies. Love these. They're such incredible value. Those French General ginghams, though, divine. I think you're going to absolutely love them. And they are, well, for me, essential in quilt making. We have got a fantastic morning ahead of us. We've got Lucy Picksley here, beautiful butterfly. You won't believe the price of the kits to make this beautiful butterfly. Well, there it is, $29.99. I was gearing myself up for a big reveal, and there it is. There's very much there. Thank you. But beautiful, beautiful quilt from Lucy. We've also got, later from Lucy, her designer's guide to bag making, and a new pattern from her as well. Some great tools, a great chance to stock up. I might try and twist Hannah's arm as she's in a dropping the price kind of mood to do a few special deals on some of my favourites. Brilliant. Here we go. It is Lucy and the Art of Bag Design. There's a gorgeous bag pattern and loads of tips and tricks that will help you think like a designer. Very good value at $9.99, and it's a chunky little booklet. I would shop ahead and get one of those. Now, we've also got the phones and things instructions back in stock. That has been hugely popular, a very, very popular pattern, and has sold out many times. That is back in stock. The seam guide, by the way, has sold out. Well done if you managed to get yours. Lots of you got a few of those, actually. Don't blame you. Don't blame you. Right, okay, let's do the menu. Let's talk about what we've got coming up today. All right, this hour, we love Moda, and we really do. We've got some fabulous Moda fabrics in the first hour. Now, secondly, at 9 o'clock, we've got Lucy Picksley with So Pretty, So Mindful, the Butterfly Lap Quilt. Check this out. How beautiful are these? Absolutely gorgeous. We've got 3 different kits, $29.99. Amazing. And we've got the pattern physical and digital. But, I mean, the kit includes the pattern. So I would go for a kit. I've got 2 of those seam guides have popped back in. If you want the seam guide, grab one. Grab 2. At 10 o'clock, I've got an hour of quilting tools. I've also got some beautiful, very, very well-priced cotton canvas in the hour. At 11 o'clock, Lucy is back with Lucy and the Art of Bag Making, and this gorgeous new bag pattern. Yum! Love that. It's gorgeous. And also don't forget the pattern is back for the phones and things bag. And then at 12 o'clock, get ready for a bargain. We have got under £10 fabric bundles. I've got French General, I've got Tilda, I've got Tim Holtz, I have got cotton canvas. I've got it all going on basically. So don't do anything else this morning. Stay with me and let's have a fun morning together. I will get Facebook on shortly, by the way, and then I can read all your lovely messages. In the meantime, it's just charging at the moment. In the meantime, do email in, won't you, if you've got any questions, comments, or you just want to say good morning. Right, let's dive in. We're going to start with the French General Woven Ginghams collection. Now, you know I absolutely love French General and all things Moda. These are sublime, absolutely beautiful. You've got a collection here of 15 woven ginghams at different scales to use, not just with French General, but with any, I mean, these would work so well with things like Tilda Creating Memories, with Liberty, with any of your sort of country style fabrics in particular, florals, ditzes, absolutely stunning. Our price $134.85. I'm going to get Hannah to tweak that, don't you worry. How would you like half a metre for free? Oh, if you've already checked out, don't worry. You're not paying $134.85 either. Okay, that's more like it. Thanks, Hannah. 125.86. Now, let me show you some of these gorgeous fabrics. I'm going to put the reds to one side. I mean, straight away, I'm thinking about my Radiant Circles scrap quilt pattern. I used some ginghams in that, along with the florals and the Japanese fabrics and the, you know, ditzes. They work so well and they bring a sort of country charm. So it's split into 3 different colorways, but I suppose you've almost got 4 here, because you've got your really deep navies and you've got your sort of, if you like, your regular size gingham, your small gingham, and then your micro, just lush. Then you've got your kind of slaty sky blues. Again, you've got that large, medium and small, but you've also got a window pane check, which I am just loving. Okay, then you've got your tans and your taupes. Again, this is all French general colours, these beautiful neutral shades. Again, you've got those 2 scales there of gingham, the medium and the small. And then you've got the red, really classic, window pane check, micro gingham. You've got that small scale window pane check, and then you've got that regular size gingham as well. And these are absolutely beautiful premium quality fabrics as well. Absolutely stunning. I'm going to grab a couple of these just to show you. Like I'm going to use a little bit of the Sunshine and Blue Skies from Moda, because I want you to see that when you're putting your fabrics together, actually putting in, I mean straight away, a check and a spot is a marriage made in heaven. Absolutely made in heaven. You get that change of scale, change of tone. Thank you, Levi. We haven't had a good morning from you yet. Everyone else was on air, waving. Yeah. Even a little bit of cream in there. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And what it does is it just gives that change of pace, that change of tone, that change of scale, which is so important. It's so important. And having those gorgeous colours, those pearls, those woad blues, those indigos, absolutely yummy. This Sunshine and Blue Skies is coming up, by the way, but we will just pop you the details if you want to shop ahead. But they really do separate out the florals. They really separate out the florals and give it room to breathe, but also bringing a cozy charm, a gentle charm. Like I say, you imagine putting these with Tilda or Liberty, creating memories, any of those. Now, I'm going to say some good mornings. Delia, good morning, Stuart, and all. Happy Monday. Happy Monday to you too. Yeah. Pam says, good morning, lovely. Steph says, morning, Stuart, looking cool, embroidery anglais. Thank you, darling, thank you. Carol says, good morning. Sandra says, good morning, lovely, Stuart. Sun is back in Glasgow. Hurrah, woohoo. Oh, the gallery are going wild. You've really livened them up, thank you. Maria says, morning, gorgeous Stuart, my quilting friend. Oh, Maria. Mwah. Blow you a kiss, thank you. And Yvette says, good morning, lovely Stuart, and all. Have a great day. You too, my lovely. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, would you like your day to get even better? Hannah's in one of those today. She's in one of those, and we're grateful for it. You've already saved ½ a metre. It is brand new today. It is French General. It's not just going to work with French General. It's going to work with any of your fabric collections that you care to put it with. But it's also beautiful in its own right. But we're going to make it even more beautiful by doing this. we're going to give you a whole metre for free. 116.87 for 15.5 metres, which will really go with almost anything. This is the great thing about fabrics like this. And a two-way split pay, which means if you want to get this home, you're already saving a full metre price on this, £58.43. Fabulous. Absolutely fantastic. Thank you for that, Hannah. Just think these are such beautiful fabrics. And now there is a huge variance in quality of all fabrics. We know that. And there is a huge variance in wovens, but often woven plaids, stripes, ginghams are more expensive than printed. All the Moda creating memories, all their wovens are more expensive. It's a more involved process. It's you're specifically weaving that fabric and no other. Whereas printed fabric, you know, all of these started life as the same fabric, made in enormous bulk. You know, obviously it's beautiful quality, but the more you make of it, the cheaper it can be. Whereas when you're weaving a fabric, what we call a yarn-dyed plaid or a yarn-dyed stripe, where these stripes aren't printed on, they're woven, you are only making that specific fabric, which puts the cost up. And of course, it can't be anything else other than that. But it also means that your fabrics are the same front and back, which is fabulous for things like dressmaking. They're the same front and back. You're not going to get the same kind of fading that you might get with a printed fabric. A print on a fabric will fade, where a woven, it's there, it's in the weave of the fabric. Facebook has gone off. It's back on now. We're sorry. We're all right. No. It kind of closed itself down. I don't know why. It doesn't normally. Strange. Anyway, and the quality of this is sublime. Absolutely sublime. These are gorgeous, gorgeous fabrics. If you've got my book, Quilts from the Country, of course, it lends beautiful country style to any project, but it doesn't have to bring that look. It can just bring just a gorgeous charm and a softness, even if you're using perhaps more modern fabrics or brightly coloured fabrics. I think as well, these in particular would make the most gorgeous backgrounds for a plique. If you like doing red work, I think these would work absolutely beautifully, mixed with some red prints, some white on white prints. Yeah, just gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely loads of you have this in your basket. Now remember, 116.87 is a full metre for free. You're getting 7.5 metres for the price of 6.5 metres, which is a fabulous deal. 0% interest on your split pay if you want. £58.43 to get this full collection home. Mix and match with your French General, of course, if you love your French General, if you've got Sacré Bleu, or any of their collections actually, because you've got the reds, you've got the soft pearl and the indigo, the woad, you've got those beautiful tans and creams as well. It's going to fit with any of those, but equally, if you've got Moda, Liberty, any of that, just gorgeous. Right, now we have got these fabrics. Now I'm just being told we are really fast approaching over allocated on this. I'm really sorry, I was about to move on, but I do need to let you know we are now over allocated on this. So if you want to get this bundle home, you do need to check out your basket. Alison from the Isle of Anglesey, oh, lovely. She says, morning Stu, a day off work. Yay! Tuning into the show, relax and coffee. On strike today. Oh, Alison, well, you've got to make the best of it. Got to make the best of it. Well, enjoy your morning with us here and enjoy your morning coffee. And hopefully enjoy some sunshine. What's the weather doing on the Isle of Anglesey? Yes, we are oversubscribed on this one. So if you want this one, yeah, check out your baskets. Shall we have a little look at some of these individually? Let's dive in. I'm going to grab the darkest first. Now, I think any of the, well, gosh, let's start with this one ending 4-3, CF43. So this is the largest scale. I think absolutely beautiful in so many ways. I would applique on top of this, a wreath, a basket of flowers, so many lovely appliques would look amazing on this background. Don't always feel appliques have to go on like a plain background. They really, really don't. Obviously, you need to make sure there's good contrast in your fabrics that you're appliquing, but a patterned or dark background can look amazing. But also, the quality of this for clothing, something like a tiered skirt, a beautiful shirt, a shirt-waisted dress, amazing. Use this inside a denim bag maybe, or a corduroy bag, or just mix it with denim or corduroy. I think it's absolutely stunning. Beautiful. The other thing with yarn-dyed wovens is that your plaid is straight. Your checks are straight. With printing, you can never guarantee. I mean, perhaps with modern digital printing, you can get it completely straight, but with screen printing, you really can't. Whereas with wovens, they are. That's gorgeous. The mega bundle has gone absolutely wild, by the way. Everyone's checking them out. Can we just put the details up one more time, please, Hannah? Oh, yes. Now, if it's sitting in your basket, it is likely to disappear. You're saving £17.98. Wow, that puts it into context. So, as I said, wovens are more expensive. I mean, here on Sewing Street, when we did Creating Memories, I know the guys upstairs worked really hard to sort of whittle the price of the wovens down so that all of Creating Memories was the same price. But the wovens should be a few pounds a metre more. Realistically, they are. Right, the middle size now. Sorry. Oh, a question. Good morning, Stuart. I'm new to sewing. Can you mix woven and print fabric on a quilt? Oh, Alison, that's a really good question. And I should have answered it earlier, really. Yes, you absolutely can. And it is something that I know we can all get nervous about sometimes. I used to be too, because it's sort of, you must use quilt weight cotton for your quilts and kind of don't mix weights. First off, the weight of this fabric is absolutely quilt weight cotton. So so if you like, this is a woven, this is a woven. So ultimately, although they look very different, they are the same fabric. But yeah, mix them together to your heart's content. You don't need to treat them any differently. You don't need to spray them. You don't have to no, they're completely the same, absolutely the same. Stable, beautiful. This is Moda. This is Moda. I mean, I know you can, you always see the roll of gingham on the market stall, yeah? But this is not that gingham. This is super high quality, high thread count. This is Moda, this is French General, this is a completely different animal. Very, very busy in baskets. Yvette says, good morning, lovely Stuart, and all. Have a great day. Thank you, my love. You too. Nettie says, good morning. My two favourite people today, Stuart and Lucy. Have a great show, guys. Lots of goodies on offer. Eek! I love that. Thank you. Right, let's do this one. So this next one is HD76. This is absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Again, I'd love a shirt in that. Absolutely beautiful. It's so soft. Also for things like pillowcases. Oh, sublime. Because it's so soft. A lot of gingham in homeware. You know, if you've got cream, if you've got white bedding, if you've got navy bedding, you know, this just lush. It just kind of brings the whole thing to life, and it adds a little bit of country softness, and wherever you live it's lovely to have just that little bit of country. I think also absolutely beautiful in quilt making, of course. Applique backgrounds, sashings, borders, piecing. And then the micro, this is in the darkest navy, what they've called woad, I think. This is CA06. So this is the one that it almost reads as a solid, or like as shot cotton almost. Just lovely. £8.99.5 metre, and this is cut to order for you. So if you need 2.5 metres for a shirt, just order 5 units, and you'll get that in one continuous piece. This is the indigo and pearl. Really lovely, really lovely. Super, super limited now on that bundle, by the way. If you want the mega bundle, remember you're saving just under £18 on that bundle. So next up, I've got these colours. And again, look, I would find it so, so easy just to, you know, just those and those. There we go. There's my quilt. There's my quilt. Maybe a couple of solids and I'm done. You know, easy, easy peasy. Right, let's do this one. This one's my favourite out of the whole collection. This, yes, yes it does. Yes it does, yeah. I just love the colour. I love the background, that pearl and woad. That beautiful blue. And again, it could just be about mixing 2 fabrics together. So something like just mixing those 2 together, I just think is absolutely gorgeous. And I'm just wondering, I'm thinking of a gorgeous pillowcase now. And what I'm going to do, I'm just going to put, I just want that as a little lip. Morning to Jane. She says, morning, lovely Stuart. Due to illness, I have completely lost my sojo. How do I get it back? Love you and love Sewing Street. Jane, first of all, we love you too. And I'm sorry that you've been poorly. Hopefully you've turned a corner now. I totally get the losing your sojo. And you know, it is one of the, I think one of the best ways to get your sojo back is actually not to do the craft, is to go and visit a craft show or an art gallery or the park, if they've got particularly beautiful flower beds. Go somewhere where you're inspired by colour or pattern or possibilities. Get excited. The thing that excites you, what excites me about sewing and making is the colour, the pattern, the possibilities. So that can be a great way to get you back in. Doing a class online, find a new pattern, make something small, something achievable that you can do in a couple of hours. It might just be a quick cushion, it might be a little purse, just something small, just to get you back into it. Or if I'm really not in the mood, I go in the garden and I pot some flowers up, or I move things around, or I, do something like that in my garden. And just being around kind of colour and beauty always makes me want to get back into my sewing room. So I hope that helps. Right, okay. Right, let's look at more beautiful fabrics. This one's been very popular, by the way. Right, next up, I'm going to jump to this one, which is 3/9. I just love that colour. Love that colour. This is a little bit different, isn't it? It's more of a duck egg blue, a little bit duck egg. I'm just going to pop a little bit of this down next to it. This would work so well with Tilda. This would work so well with Tilda. Absolutely brilliant. Or Liberty. It's that classic combination, isn't it, of kind of floral, gingham, check, stripe, polka dot. You can't go wrong. You literally can't go wrong. A shirt, a blouse, a dress, just gorgeous. Yeah. Or, something like Sew Girl, Fiona Hesford, her dress, yeah, any of her patterns would look gorgeous. And you're making a thing of real quality as well, because it's Moda, it's French General. Ending 84, BE84. Again, I'm loving the colour of this. I just think it's rich, it's inky. I think they've called it woad. So it's that, so woad is the British version of indigo. So it's a natural plant dye. And you've all seen Braveheart, yeah? With the blue paint on the faces. That was woad. That was woad. So it was used as body paint. It was used as a fabric dye, yarn dye, that kind of thing. Yeah. And it is indigo, essentially. It is that one that has that amazing chemical reaction that when it is in the dye stuff is green, like pond water green. And then as you lift it out of the water and it hits the air, there is a chemical reaction and the green fabric turns blue before your very eyes. It's amazing. It's amazing to watch. Teresa's got in touch to say, "Morning, Stuart. I recently purchased the blue French General. Was that the Sacré Bleu? To make a quilt. I'm thinking of adding some of the gingham in with it now." Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Loving the show. Thanks, Teresa. Yes, 100%. 100%. I wish we still had Sacré Bleu that I could put next to these ginghams, because you would see just how fabulously they go together. Beautiful. In fact, I'm saying that, we actually have got a little bit of Sacré Bleu in our under £10 fabric deals at 12. Right, medium-sized gingham. This is ZW74. This again is that beautiful woad blue in that micro gingham. Again, the quality of this fabric is second to none. It's absolutely beautiful. Ooh. I'm saying ooh because we're sending out for coffee and there's a special promotion and I've just saved myself some money. We all like that, don't we? Come on. Now again, these all together, for me, is an absolute, I've got to have it. I've got to have it, you know. 4.5 meters. Now, we haven't done a bundle like that, but you could. 4.5 meters. Just absolutely gorgeous. But anyway, let me show you these. So I'm going to grab this one. I'm going to grab the lightest ones first of all, and we'll do the larger scale. So that is TH63. Just super. Just super. Now, I think if you want to bring a bit of calmness to a project or to a room, this is the way to go. Because it's cozy, it's warm, but it's also quiet, it's soft, it's gentle. 0.5 meter's £8.99. And it is beautiful quality. Absolutely luscious. Of course, as well, you know, rather lovely for using in interiors. So you can do light upholstery with these, you know, covering a footstool, very nice. Drop-in seats, dining chair seats, rather lovely. Also really nice for a nursery, a baby quilt, any of these, but especially the creams and the tans. Now, next up is CK51. This is the small window pane jet. Oh, that's lovely. Really nice. That little check. It's it's so beautiful to stroke this fabric. It feels beautiful. Same on the front and back, remember? Same front and back. So for dressmaking, unlined things, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Let's go a little warmer, a little darker. So this is HF47. It's been really popular on pre-order, this. I'm sorry for all the creases. Got irons everywhere, but... I don't know. But hear me out. At home, don't we... No, but I only like ironing fabric. I don't like ironing clothes. Do you? We were talking about this the other day, about ironing bedding. I know it feels nicer to get into, but I never iron bedding. That's why it's so good having lots of quilts, because I can put a duvet, new duvet cover on, and then just put a quilt over the top of it. Ta-da! And then the last one, in the kind of warm neutral, is JE17. Excuse me, I'm just going to bring the other fabrics back in, just so you can see how they all play together. I just think all of those together are fabulous. But this is the one we've got the details for on screen, this one right here. Aren't they lovely? Now, don't forget, if you want the very best value and you want them all, the mega bundle is extremely good value. You are saving £17.98, or 99 pence, 98 pence, £116.87 for all 15 fabrics. Now, I do need to let you know, I'm just about single figures now on the bundle. If you want that bundle, how many in baskets, Hannah? Oh, goodness me, everything's in baskets. Make that saving. Gosh, nearly £18 saving. Fab. A message like Jane, I lost my Sojo. This is Miranda in Merseyside. I bought a year of quilting book. A block a week gives structure. It's like a class, but I can do it all at home in my own time. Brilliant suggestion, Miranda. And I'm hopefully glad that that's brought you out of your lack of sojo. It happens to everybody. We all get it. Carol says, with regard to the lady who's lost her sojo, I find looking through my sewing books and my stash gets me going. Oh, it gets me going too, Carol. Find a small project for yourself. What a lovely idea. I like that a lot. And also, doesn't that just show what our lovely community is? You know, someone says, oh, I've lost my sojo, and suddenly everyone's coming in with lovely suggestions. We love that, thank you. Jennifer's got in touch to say, watch some sewing videos and demos if you can. Find something that you've wanted to make that doesn't take too long. I think that's key. Something quick, something small, you know, something like Lucy's phones and things bag. Lovely little thing, you don't need much fabric, it doesn't take very long, and it's practical and useful at the end of the day. Yeah, and you see there as well how Lucy's used a gingham with William Morris. I didn't even mention William Morris. How remiss of me. Seems so obvious now. Seems so obvious now. Right, my last 4 fabrics then from the Moda Ginghams are the reds, absolutely classic, make a beautiful little collection together in their own right. Incredibly popular on pre-order. Let's start with the window pane, that ends 2.5. Really gorgeous, really gorgeous. It's a classic country decorating fabric, isn't it? But also as well, it's used a lot in kind of like your country house interiors. Especially mixed with florals. Classic red and white gingham now. This one is LT03. Just can't go wrong. Can't go wrong. I actually made, you know, I'm always talking about when I went on the sewing bee, all I'd made was pyjama bottoms. Well, I actually made them in this, it wasn't this one because this is Moda, this is French General, but I found some red and white gingham and I made pyjama bottoms. Classic, absolutely classic. And so soft and lovely on your skin. So if you're somebody, and I am, that likes to feel nice fibres next to your skin, and actually your skin's quite easily irritated, and that's me to a T, you always want lovely fabrics next to your skin. Right, RC31. Oh, I love that. That's gorgeous. Really lovely. I could just look at and stroke fabric all day long. It's my job. I love my job. It's so cool. It justifies everything about me. Perfect. That is lovely. And then the last one is your kind of classic micro gingham. Do you need the code for this, Hannah? It's the last one. Oh, yeah. It's a real classic, that, isn't it? Woven, remember, not printed. Yarn dyed wovens, they are the best. Beautiful. Right. One last quick flash of the mega bundle. All 15 fabrics with a meter for free. So you get your 4 beautiful creams and tans. You get your 4 gorgeous classic reds. You get your woad blues, your duck eggs, and you get your classic navies. I've only got 2 bundles left. Check out your baskets, won't you? Check out your baskets. Fab. Oh, is it a... Oh, I don't know. Is it a... Can you put the message up? Yeah, put the message up. Yes, because I might need everyone a bit of head scratching here. Hi all, you can use gingham for chicken scratch. Carol, I'm super intrigued. I've got chickens. Check. I've got gingham. But what is chicken scratch? Oh, embroidery on gingham. That sounds gorgeous. Yes, because I mean, something like that would be perfect. Yes, I see what you mean now. Yes. Great idea. Oh, you see, I was thinking, is it like a scratching post for chickens? Brilliant idea. Right. Be quick on that, literally about to sell out. Okay, what should we do next? Yes, sunshine and blue skies. It is about to sell out, but I will just show you. It's gorgeous. So lovely. Thank you, Levi. While you're there, Levi, can we just have a little wave from you, please? We haven't said good morning. There he is. Hi, Levi. There we go. Ah, look, absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. You're getting 5.5 meters of fabric here, 11 different fabrics. You're saving £8.99. I've got 2 of these bundles left. I don't know why I haven't seen this fabric until today, but it is absolutely stunning. Oh, love these. Digital print, so you've got that vibrancy, almost that watercolor effect. Absolutely stunning shading. I'm down to my last bundle. It is absolutely classic. I think for me, this has got a bit of an air of Provence about it. It's that beautiful blue and yellow combination. It is sunshine on fabric, isn't it? Well done if you managed to get that bundle. It is now sold out. Well done. Well done. Now, shall I pick them and you tell me if we've got it? Okay. Well, I'm going to start with this one because this is my favourite. I'm almost surprised. We haven't got that. That one's sold out. It was obviously your favourite too. Have we got it in the blue? No. We've got this. Yes. Oh, good. Yes. Glorious. Big, overblown roses. Joyful, sunshiny. Oh. Love it. Sorry, I'm just eating a Belgian bun. Well, I said these were very French, and now I'm eating a Belgian bun. I think that's stunning. I love the little touches of blue in the background too. It's called Rose Upon Rose. Do you see what they've done there? Make a lovely dress. Imagine something like, 1950s style, full skirted, gorgeous. Right, next up, ending 9.5. Wow, that's gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful, these fabrics, aren't they? The artwork on them is just brilliant. So many different colour tones. This is digital printing, folks. All those different tones, all those different colours, you'd have never have got this in a screen print because it would have just been too expensive and too time consuming to do all those layers of colour. But with digital printing, it's done in one, and you can literally have as many colours as you like in a fabric. I think the future is very, very bright for fabric. That's gorgeous. Remember, it's all cut to order, so if you want, you know, 3.5 meters for a dress, for example, it's not an issue. Right, MG43, very useful fabric, this one. But I've got less than 10 meters left, so this one's in danger. Got that lovely sort of blend of sunshine yellow, and that gorgeous fresh leafy green and sky blue. I want more sunshine. Look at this one, LD74. Now again, in a different lifetime, this would have been a boutique. To get this shading, blending, you'd have had to have done a boutique and then overprinted. But this is digital printing, absolutely beautiful, consistent, amazing colour fastness, brightness. And again, these are all Moda. They're all Moda, amazing quality. Got the same print in blue, ending 29. It's such a, oh, that one's sold out. Oh, they are lovely, aren't they? That's almost sort of Santorini blue. Right, another floral then, ending 74. Roses at midnight, maybe? Yeah. Do you know, it is one of my favourite times to go into the garden at night in the summer because you know, where you can still see, I don't mean pitch black, I don't go roaming other people's gardens, Ollie, I mean my own garden, but walking around because the colours seem to be just that bit more vibrant, and also the scented flowers, things like night stocks, honeysuckle, roses, lavender. At night, they just seem to smell differently. Don't you think? If you haven't been in your garden for a while in the evening or at night, try it tonight. I just think it's a lovely thing to do. And you see colours differently. Right, this is a stunning one. This is ending 5-1. That's so pretty. So pretty. And whether you cut it up small, I mean, every piece that you cut will look different, or cut it big, Galleria. This range actually would look amazing done in my Galleria pattern with either a navy or a cobalt blue or maybe a copan blue or white frames. Oh, stunning. Perfect. I've got 2 more fabrics in this range. Nope. Ending 4-6. That's just the blue. This makes me think of David Hockney, swimming pool. Yeah, that's lovely. That is lovely. I've got very little of this left, less than a bolt left. Bag making would be great. And then this one here, XV03. Yeah. It's like the Alhambra, isn't it? Stunning. Absolutely beautiful. The gingham. Yes. All right. Last few chances then with your beautiful, brand new Moda Ginghams. These are French General. They've been done by Moda in conjunction with French General, who I think, are universally loved. They can do no wrong in my eyes. Everything I've got left is in baskets and more besides, a lot more besides. We're going to have some disappointed people today. I don't like it. There's nothing I can do about it. All I can do is encourage you to check out your basket and then make sure you get what you want. You've got your reds and you've got your gorgeous creams and browns. Delicious, buttery soft, 100% cotton, and these are totally quilt weight cotton, mix and match with your regular quilt weight cottons. Totally gorgeous. But please check out your baskets now, otherwise you will miss out. We're oversubscribed. It's been a very, very popular bundle. Can't wait to see what you do with it. Right, we're going to go to a little break. When we come back, I am joined by Lucy Picksley from So Pretty, So Mindful, and a brand new quilt, totally beginner friendly, totally stunning, a scrap buster if ever I saw one, and a delicious quilt to make for any member of the family, but I'm thinking in particular the grandchildren. I think they deserve a butterfly quilt. You won't believe the price. I'll see you after this.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Wonderful to have your company today. Thanks for sharing your morning here with us at Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard, hi. And this over here, person here, is Lucy Picksley. Hello, Lucy.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm really well, thank you. Hi, everybody.
Fabulous to have you here today.
Thank you.
2 amazing brand new projects for us.
New.
Brand new,
New.
and the butterfly quilt. How gorgeous is that? Is absolutely stunning, Lucy.
I want to say thank you, but I'm going to say from the outset, if you don't mind,
Well,
I didn't design this.
oh,
My mum did.
did she?
Did. Do you know what happened? I was at class one day where I was teaching. She sent me a picture saying, look what I made. So I showed all my ladies. I went, look at this. And they all said, we want to make it. And I said to my mum, Mum, you're teaching this. So that's how it came to be. So everyone's like, oh my God, I really like that. And I thought, well, there's got to be something in it. Let's make it a design.
Yeah, fabulous. Absolutely love it. And what kind of level are we talking?
Oh, complete beginner. Complete, as in, I don't even know how to plug in a sewing machine kind of beginner.
In fact, let's just say, how long has the person who made this version been sewing?
At that point, 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Kirsty.
3 weeks.
Kirsty came to me completely new and she made a top with me. And then I showed her that and she said, I need to have that for my daughter, Everly. And I said, well, I tell you what, here's an opportunity. Why don't you have a go at making it? Then we're really sort of like testing this. Is it really for new people?
Yep.
And that's how far she's got.
Absolutely.
And she's doing it.
It's gorgeous. So, if you've stumbled upon Sewing Street, maybe you're looking for something else, but you're stayed, or you've never done patchwork before and you've thought, I'd love to have a go, but where would be a good start? Kirsty was 3 weeks into her sewing journey when she made this, and it is absolutely stunning. Let me show you the kits that we have available. The prices are off the charts. We're going to start off. So what you're getting, first off, is the pattern for So Pretty, So Mindful's brand new pattern, the Butterfly Lap Quilt. Now in there you've got your full layout, all of your instructions for cutting, your dimensions, your easy piecing guide, and this is easy piecing. There's some advice on embellishments as well. And you could add to this, you could make it larger if you want to. What is the size of the quilt, please, Lucy?
It's not actually quite square. It's approximately 1 metre by 1 metre and 4 centimetres.
Amazing, thank you. Perfect. So such a good size as well for piecing and for quilting on your domestic sewing machine. Now, that's your pattern, so you've got that included, a physical pattern. You've got your background fabric, 1 metre, and in this case, we've got this beautiful, soft, peachy coral. And then all of your scrap fabrics, if you like, that go to make up your butterfly, all come in the form of this very clever printed panel. Now, the panel is 100% cotton. Just look at this beautiful array of prints. So you haven't got to go hunting through your stash. You've got everything included there. You've also got the fabrics for the body of your butterfly. You've also got all of your border fabrics as well for your insert border, and your binding. And your bindings included as well. So everything for the front of your quilt and your binding. But the price at the moment is just, who knew? I can't quite believe that. That's amazing, $29.99. This is an absolute, I've never quilted before. I want to get everything in one go. Well, for $29.99. Now remember, your pattern is $9.99 in itself. If we take that out of the picture, that means all of the fabrics for the front of your quilt and your binding for £20. Absolutely incredible value. Incredible value. And also a really, really beautiful design. It's stunning, Lucy.
Thank you.
It's really stunning. That's the first kit option. So that's with that lovely peachy background and those gorgeous kind of lavender and golden and green. All of our kits are going to be $29.99, by the way. So if you want to shop ahead, go for it. Right, next up, I have got this second version. Now, this is very similar. It's all of the fabrics in the patchwork that you see here in Kirsty's version. The background colour is this beautiful soft yellow. That's going to look absolutely amazing. Oh, that is
so
lovely.
Fresh, so fresh. The lemon actually really helps that butterfly stand out and project out, I think.
Yes, yes. I think that's a good point. And look at these lovely fabrics. So this is your inner border and your binding. You've got that gorgeous pink print for the body of the butterfly. And then look at all these lovely kind of teals and plum shades, golden yellow, oranges, really happy, warm, rich, bright colours. Lucy, this would make such a gorgeous gift for children, teenagers, anyone who's young at heart.
Well, do you know, it'd make a lovely gift made, but my ladies have already said it would make a lovely gift as
a kit.
As a kit.
Yeah.
It really is, because you've got everything there. Can I just say at this juncture, if you don't mind, if you want to make this blanket bigger, like Kirsty said she would like to do, the binding fabric is actually wider. And it is long enough to extend around there to make it bigger, and then you can add on another second.
Oh, amazing.
Thing if you want. You just got to introduce your own.
Fantastic.
Point.
Fantastic. Great to know. I just love, that is such a happy combination. Joyful, absolutely joyful.
Do you know what I would do with it as well? If
Tell
I
me.
wanted to, I would stuff the life out of it and have it as a big floor cushion. Why couldn't you have that as a big floor cushion?
You really could, like almost a metre square.
Kids
Yep.
would throw themselves on that,
Yeah,
you know,
yep, yep,
story time.
That's
set
what I'm
inside.
afraid of. No,
It's
true.
brilliant.
Yeah, yeah.
They're
And
there to be loved and enjoyed, Stuart. They're not there to just, you know, look at, are they? We want to love them.
Right, and I love how you've quilted it too. Easy quilting. This is totally beginner friendly, and I think you know the nicest thing to add to the gift, if you're gifting the kit, is to say, actually, come over. Let's start it together.
Absolutely.
Yeah, have a bit of time together. I'll provide the cake.
Yeah.
So there's your second version. It'd be a great project for over the summer holidays with the grandchildren.
I'm not old enough.
I don't have any children, so I definitely can't have grandchildren. But, you know, I'm just thinking out loud. What a lovely thing to do.
Definitely.
Better than watching the telly. Right, the last version that I've got, you're going to be demoing with this, aren't you?
I
am. This is truly fabulous.
Fruity
Look,
fabulous.
oh, that is fruity and fabulous. Look, gingham. It's all about gingham today.
It is.
Gingham and florals, it's an absolute classic combination. These are absolutely beautiful. Lemons, pears, fruity, strawberries, flowers, gingham. It's just brilliant. I suppose this is actually going to give you a pretty close look to this.
Yes.
Similar sorts of colours as well. And I love that you've got that gingham, on point gingham, for your inner border and your binding as well. You get your instructions. Your neutral, by the way, for this is this really, really soft. Now, can I just check, Hannah? What colour is this? I think it's vanilla. Yes, vanilla. Yeah, lovely. Absolutely wild for this. Yeah. Really, really popular. Those are my bundles, so 3 bundles to choose from. They are all that phenomenal price of $29.99. Almost unbelievable for a full kit. Lisa from Cardiff says, morning both, lovely quilt. Could you stuff the small squares of the butterfly? So the body and the head, could you add some extra padding to that, Lucy?
If you wanted to.
I think it's a great idea.
It's your quilt.
Yep.
It's your quilt. You're the boss.
Yep. I think it's a smashing idea. What I would do...
Is that called trapunto?
Trapunto is stuffed quilting, yeah. I would simply, when you finished your top, put an oversized strip of wadding behind the head and body, stitch around in the ditch around the body, and then trim the wadding back to the stitching line. Then wad the whole of the backing, and then when you quilt it, stitch around the butterfly body again, and then you'll have 2 layers and it will be stuffed.
That makes sense, because I was thinking about individual squares, but actually I think that might just start distorting a little bit. Yeah, good idea.
Stuff the whole thing. Marie-Louise, what a lovely name, has messaged in to say, good morning, always loved the show. Could you tell me what the panels are made with? Are they 100% cotton? They are. They're 100% cotton, finely woven, quilt weight cotton, absolutely perfect to mix and match. So actually, if people wanted to grab fabrics from their stash and add some extras, they could.
Absolutely, yeah. It's nice and stable to work with as well.
Yeah.
Doesn't slip around or anything like that.
If people want to remake or buy the pattern on its own, all the dimensions for the squares, all your cutting...
Everything's there. Just because there's a panel here, you don't have to depend on the panel. You can just get the instructions and you are flying.
Fantastic. Yeah, Lisa's asked that question. Oh, no. Someone else asked. Yes, here we go. Hi, Lucy. If you buy the pattern on its own, will it have the measurements to cut the squares and do the body pleat? Absolutely, Melanie. Yes.
Indeed.
Yes, it's all there. Perfect. Right. Those are the kits. There is a queue for that last colourway in particular, proving very, very popular. Morning all, make a floor cushion, cover it and stuff it with spare duvets. Useful and practical. Sue in Beeston.
There
What
you go.
a great idea.
Great minds. Great minds.
Yeah, it's a great idea. Love it. Right, if you want the pattern on its own, this is the physical pattern. This is a blend of, is this Tula?
It is. And it literally is. I hate the word scraps, but I do keep a scrap bag of Tula, of tiny bits. And that's what that is there.
Of course, yes. Well, those little bits of fabric cost the same inch for inch as the metre, don't they? So they're just as precious.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the fans page, we've got some Tilda examples, Tilda scraps. And you know you love a bit of Tilda.
Love a bit of Tilda. Do you know what I would do with this if I wanted to make a bigger quilt? I would actually do 4 of these butterflies.
But if you did that, because I've talked about spot, I would rotate them so they're flying around in a circle.
Beautiful.
Ready to be swatted.
Beautiful. Love that idea. They would make a really nice charity quilt as well.
Yeah.
Or if you wanted to get together with friends, everybody bring 4 fat quarters and then cut them up and mix the fabrics together.
Yeah, definitely. Really good idea.
Grab yourself a copy. It's a gorgeous pattern, proving very popular, Lucy. I know you might hate the word, but this is proving a very popular scrap buster. And I think a good scrap buster pattern is worth its weight in gold.
Well, you know, when we talk about scraps, you know, all you need to do is sit down. You don't need to worry about whether it's from the same brand. You know, it doesn't have to be taller. You can mix and match. Just think about your colour sets. I think you talk about that quite a lot, don't you?
I love it.
Think about your colour sets. Make sure you've got some real strong ones. Get some ditzy prints in there.
Bit of gingham.
Bit of gingham.
Bit of gingham.
Every day of the week.
Bit of gingham. Now, if you want a digital, if you're thinking, Stuart, I've got the fabric in my house right now, I want to make this today, you can. Grab yourself the digital download pattern. Super easy. It's this code, it's a different code. When you go to the website and put this code in, it will actually be, rather than add to basket, it will say purchase now. You click on the button and that's it. It's an instant download. Instant payment, instant download, and you could be making this today. And actually, there's nothing that you need to print off.
No, there isn't, no. And let me tell you that one of our lovely ladies, Nettie, made it, sandwiched it, quilted it, bound it, back of the sofa by the end of the day.
What?
Now, she's experienced, let me just say that she's an experienced sewist, but it proves the point, doesn't it?
Amazing,
if you want to be
work.
all about the business and getting it done. Now, I'm not recommending that, but I'm saying you can do it.
Yeah.
I'm more about this, let's slow down, let's
Yeah.
enjoy it. Especially if you're going to start embellishing like I have on that one with all of your, you know, your lovely stem stitching, your beading that's been brought into it. Take your time. If you want to really think about, there's so many opportunities for quilting in this as well. So for example, on mine, I think I just quilted the butterfly itself and then I did matched it around the edge. Some people did the reverse of that and they did just the background instead and let the butterfly shine.
Yeah.
Loads of opportunities.
Look at this, it's gorgeous. Lucy's added little seed beads along the body. And also look at the glittery antenna. Haha. Fabulous.
One of my ladies had to come and teach me how to do that.
Oh, it's gorgeous. Really lovely. I'll pop that to one side. I'm just going to repeat the first bundle because half the stock has gone. It's this one here. So these are those lovely lilac and purple and green and yellow and gold prints. And then your background is this gorgeous, warm, peachy coral. $29.99 for the pattern, the background fabric, all of your fabric for the front, including the binding as well. Absolutely incredible value. Lots and lots of you have this in your baskets. Lucy is just showing as well over there how that coral will look. And it really does make the butterfly pop, doesn't it? Gorgeous. Brilliant value as well. Thanks, Lucy. Great pattern to have in your stash as well. I think it's one of those patterns that you will make a number of times. You know, people, we all have that pattern or a couple of patterns. It's like, oh, you need a baby quilt? I have just the pattern.
And babies keep happening, Stuart.
I know.
They do keep happening.
I know.
And you know what? These do go.
We're always unprepared as well. I don't know why.
I know.
It's always a last-minute gift.
I know.
Right, keep checking out your baskets, won't you? We're going to go to demo, I think, if that's okay with you, Lucy.
Absolutely, yes.
Very, very busy today.
Lovely
Loving
stuff.
your new patterns.
Thank you, everybody. It's is simple, you know. Let's start with the start then. So what we're going to do is do our half square triangles. So around our pattern, we've got angles that we need to produce. And the way we just do them is by cutting out for half square triangles. Now, when you're using your panel, I've got mine just here. I've already started cutting into it. There's different sizes and you'll be directed to which ones that you want. But have a look at your patterns. Now, I'm not one to worry about whether something's directional or not. However, some of you are. So what I just want to mention here is if you are the kind of person that would hate to see a flower that way, then my recommendation is the ones that you pull out now, which is 11, you need to cut out 11 of these squares. Choose the ones that are non-directional. Because if we choose a flower like this, as we cut across, one of them will be the right way as we're looking at it and the other will be on a wonk. It doesn't offend me, it doesn't bother me. I like a bit of random like that. So just bear that in mind if you are that kind of person, and then go ahead and cut out your squares. Some of you might be thinking already, well, hang on a second, if this is all set out in a line nice and straight, is there any reason why I couldn't just fold over and iron and go straight across where I need it and cut off? It is possible because I've thought about it myself, but I'm not going to advocate, oh, my throat. Sorry, I'm so sorry about that. I'm not going to advocate for that because I think you will start running into trouble with it. If you're going to do that, I would only consider doing it by the strip. Cut one strip out. So if you needed 5, cut out the 5, fold them over right side to right side and sew your 1/4 inch as you do in quilting and then iron them out. But I wouldn't go down and extend downwards because at some point we have to join our solids in and our angles in on the lefts and the rights. And it'll become, I don't really know how to explain it, but it'll become very difficult.
Unwieldy.
Irksome. Irksome is a good word. I like this word. I might use that again today. We don't want irksome. There, I've done it now. So it's just something to think about. So there are some shortcuts if you want it. But when I did it, I'm not sure there were many advantages to it, I suppose. So I've pulled out my 11 that I needed and then I cut out 11 corresponding pieces in my solids. Done a lot of them already, just here, just laid out. So like you can see, they all look very pretty and nice.
They're lovely.
Really nice. But now, just to show you, I'm going to use a directional one so you can see what I mean. So we can see what we're aiming for, but this is the one that we're going to do. It's
Is it plugged in?
It is. Da, da, da.
Ooh. We don't seem to have power down this end. Want to try down the other end?
Yep.
That should be okay.
Oh, I'm going under the table, am I? There isn't power down.
No, where your machines, that's it.
Oh, sorry everybody. Let's just get the big iron.
I don't know
and
if
just
it's
see
a
what
problem with
happens.
the iron.
Yeah, let's just check that.
Change the iron.
Sorry everybody.
I'll give that to you.
Okay, so while we're just doing that, I would always recommend, which of course I've not done in this situation, using some type of starch product. In this case today we're going to use the Mary Ellen's Best Press, the scent-free one, and we'd give it a little spritz across our fabric and then we're going to press it. That's obviously going to give us best case scenario for working with. It's going to make it just a tiny bit stiffer so it's not going to move around as we work with it. Is he gone to get me something else?
No, just use the big iron. Yeah, use the big one.
She's working.
Oh, yes.
She's working. I've got this iron.
It's lovely.
We only get it out on special days. I'm actually being really serious. I get very upset if it gets ruined. As you do. So let me just make sure this is tied up a little bit. So when we've got a little bit of heat in here, what I'm going to do is just put a little bit of steam through this just to set that starch into the fabric. And then I'm going to draw my line. However, quick note of caution, I'm about to use a friction pen. So although I've just ironed it, it needs to be cool enough to put my pen on. As you draw your line, and
Oh,
think,
yes.
"Where's
Watch
that
it
gone?"
disappear.
And it just disappears again. So, right. So all I'm going to do is place a solid on top. I'm going to draw my diagonal line, point to point. And then I can go ahead and sew 1/4 inch either side. Now, again, I've been generous in my sizes here. When these are sewn and I've cut them open, they're going to come out at still quite a large size, and we're going to trim them back. I do that to give you opportunity to have a whoopsie, basically. Because, you know, this is for beginners and we don't always get it right first time. And that is absolutely acceptable.
Well, even lots of really advanced quilters make their half square triangles extra big and trim them back, don't they? It's quite a popular method, especially now.
Do you think so?
Oh, very much so.
Fair enough then. So I have already preset my machine to be 1/4 inch seam allowance. So all I need to do is put the edge of my foot onto that line, and then I can sew down one way. Of course, we all know about daisy chaining, don't we? But for anybody that doesn't, it just means that because I'd be doing 11 of these, I could just feed my next square into it and keep it as a continuous chain of squares. The benefit of daisy chaining, some might say, is around speed, because we can crack on a little bit more. But I don't want to talk about speed at all today. I want to talk about efficiency instead. And what it's doing is it's making it efficient with our thread, because we're not being wasteful at the start and the stop point. So now all I need to do, now I've sewn those 2 lines, is cut it open. So I'm going to get my rotary cutter, which I'm going to handle with care. Are you aware of my recent accident?
No.
With rotary cutter?
No.
It's all but cleared up now, but it was a hospital visit.
Ooh.
Not acting carefully or responsibly. It was entirely my fault. And then my good friend Jeanette messaged me, told me off a little bit, and then a few days later, I woke up to a picture and she had lost the end of her finger.
Oh, no.
Again. So please be careful. Please do make sure you are pulling back that blade. Please be aware of what you're doing. And when I say aware, we're distracted by life, aren't we? Things going off around us. Never get so confident. Don't do that. So we're going to press our seam in now.
I can't have music or anything like that when I'm sewing.
Can you not?
No. Well, I say I can't. I just don't. I don't listen to things. I don't listen to music. Occasionally a podcast, but not really.
Really?
No, I just have monastic silence.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you have chats with all those characters in your head?
You're not supposed to know about that. No, I just love to be in the moment. Just the sound of my sewing machine is music enough for me.
Wow.
Yeah. What do you listen to when you're sewing?
Honestly, so I'm at my teaching hub every day, and obviously I've always got people there. In the morning, we always have Sewing Street on.
Very glad to hear it, thank you.
Every single morning,
Good.
Sewing Street is on.
Good.
Even when I'm here, somebody's running the hub and they're watching Sewing Street.
Morning.
Not watching it necessarily, but they're listening to
Yes.
it. And every now and then you get oh, what's that?
They're
Ooh,
aware of it.
I
They'll all
bought
be
it,
saying,
I
"What's
bought
that now?"
it. Yeah. So, yeah, and then in the afternoon, we either put music on or we listen to podcasts.
All right.
So when I run my knitting group, we always listen to knitting podcasts.
Oh, interesting.
And we're learning all the time, aren't we?
Yeah.
So we've got a very big square here that's looking a little bit deformed, but we don't need to worry about that. We're going to cut it back to 2.5 inches now. So the way I'm going to do that is I'm going to take my ruler, which is the same with all rulers, not on my little one. On here, we've got a 45-degree line that runs straight across here. All I need to do is lay that line straight across.
Yeah.
And I'm going to nibble off the right-hand side and the right on the top. Now, I don't know how often we talk about anymore how to rotary cut. Do we do that very often?
I mean, I always like to show kind of good practice and best practices whenever I'm demonstrating anything, because I think it's one of those things that actually we sort of assume everyone knows, and it's something we perhaps learned right at the start of our patchwork
and take it for granted.
Yeah, and
Absolutely.
then and actually often it's not great.
Shall I quickly do it?
Yeah, go for it.
So we're cutting something quite small now, so we don't need to worry too much. However, I automate straight into that position. So the first thing is, obviously we've got a rotary cutter in our right hand, because I am right-handed, and the blade will always go against the ruler. When I'm holding my ruler, a lot of people go straight down like this. I never do, and I never have done. I always extend my hand over so my little finger touches the board. Do you do
Yes,
that? Yeah?
always.
And in my opinion, you can see already my finger's bent. It's creating an anchor point. So the base of my hand is sitting sturdy. My little finger is creating an additional anchor point. Now, the most important thing when we're cutting long lengths is, if I'm going to cut down here, forget this for a moment, and I'm working with a long ruler, for a start, we never start right on the edge. I always extend back and run in, a bit like a long jump, and then we go into
Oh, I like that.
I always do, even if it's just half an inch,
Yeah.
you're going to get a swifter
Little
tighter
run
cut.
up.
Little run up to
Yes.
it. Now, we've got, obviously our rulers go up to 24 inches, and really bad behaviour, when people say, I can't cut straight, I always go off. It's very simple. For a start, remember what I've already said, we slow down. We're slowing everything down. We put our hand down at the start, and we think of it as a third. Stop. We are not extending our arm. We're not going to go this. We're going to stop while our elbow is still soft. We are, in a very dramatic way, lifting up our left hand and we are moving it up. We're going to take another third, and then I'm going to go off screen. But I would do it in 3 parts. And then I always move the fabric, never the ruler, to check its cut. If you move the ruler, you will not get it bang on point. Pull the fabric away, you'll see straight away where it's cutting, and we can go back in again.
That's great. I think that's brilliant. Yeah, good practice.
Amen.
Yeah. I'm always saying that, about an inch or 2 beyond your fingers is where you should cut to. Otherwise, you're not exercising any control over the ruler
Absolutely.
with a hand down here.
It will always slide
Tilt.
just to the side, and we don't want that.
Yep.
In our sewing, I mean, obviously, I've got beginners. I've talked about Kirsty already. There are others. It is the fundamental foundations. We have to get it right. I don't care how long you've been sewing. If you come to me, the first thing I'm going to be checking in is, what are your foundation skills like? Because if we're getting that right, then we are laughing all the way. Okay.
Yes.
So I've cut 2 edges already. Apologies for that. And then all I need to do now is go, because I've rotated my fabric around, is I've gone to my 2.5 inches and my 2.5 inches here. I'm still on my 45-degree line. So now, little finger over here. All I have to do is go up and across. And there we go. That's 1 done. So we've got 1. Oh, sorry, that. So let's do it again without so much talk this time. So 45-degree line on the line that we've already sewn. Finger off. We're going to cut right, and we're going to cut across. Ruler down, blade facing down is what I mean. Rotate it around to our cut edges. Ruler back on at our 2.5 and our 2.5. So I've got 2.5 marking just here. And we're going to go up, across, blade closed and down. There we go, and we've got our 2 squares.
And the thing is, I stand by this, whatever your experience of sewing, however many years you've been sewing, I don't think any of us could piece a half-square triangle as accurately as we can trim one down to.
Yes, absolutely,
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So I think it's an advanced technique, it's a beginner technique, it's for everyone.
Yeah, it's about the pins that we use.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure people get really bored of me, but it's all these things matter, don't they?
Yep.
So anyway, we have got a wealth of half-square triangles now.
Is that the collective noun for half-square triangles?
A wealth of, it is, yes. Lots of.
Brilliant.
Many of. Okay, let's do something now to do with our body piece. So the shaping is really coming in. You've got this beautiful diagram here. Now, again, another tip. When you're thinking about doing this, we've got our row numbers. If you want to, use your friction pen. Mark off. I've done that one. Mark off. Use your friction pen, because then when you're done, take it to your iron. Oh, I've just got something all over that. That was a bad idea. In normal circumstances.
Oh no.
When the demo goes wrong.
Just checking our lovely iron's still okay.
Sorry about that.
Dear.
Okay.
Live
Anyway.
television, Lucy.
Yeah.
Don't you love it?
So the shaping now is going to come in on the tips of the wings here. It's going to come in on the head, the neck and the tail. So let's start off with our little head, shall we? So we're going to need a body part. Did I cut the body out already? I did.
Are we patchworking body parts?
We are. We're going to Frankenstein a body together. So I'm just going to take one of those little bad boys off. It's a lovely green, this one.
It is gorgeous.
Really
I love
nice.
all of the prints that you've picked for all of the different parts. They're so gorgeous.
I can't take any credit for that. That was our Louise.
Oh, Louise.
Of course
is
it
a
was
goodness,
Louise.
isn't she?
She's a babe.
Yeah.
Babe. Oh, God, I shouldn't have said that, should I? I'm sorry. So all we're going to do, now this that we're about to do, the process is called snowballing, for anybody that doesn't know already. So all I'm doing is cutting myself 4 squares of fabric. Again, all of the measurements are in the pattern. It's nothing but joyful making this. Such a sweet little make. Okay,
I think it's terrific. I think it's one of those, like I say, I could imagine it becoming kind of, you know, your thing. Oh, I've made a French general butterfly quilt. I've made a scrappy version. I did a red work version.
Yeah.
There's so many different ways you could do Kaif, Tula, Tilda. It would suit any range of fabric. Japanese fabrics.
Yeah.
What about using something like Sashiko, indigos, all that sort of thing?
What about one of my
Amazing.
fabrics?
Of course. Well, of course.
Just saying.
Yeah. A favourite collection of your favourite designers' fabrics. Did I say we had a lovely message from Nettie earlier on?
No, you didn't.
She said my 2 favourite people on air together.
Right. So now all we're going to do is snowball, like I say, and we're going to lay one at a time into a corner. And I am just going to do one at a time because remember, we're just slowing down.
Yeah.
These bits might be a little bit more tricky to pin. And had I thought ahead, I would have brought my glue stick.
Yeah, you can.
Popped a little dab into the corner, and that would have been absolutely fine there.
Now, I've noticed
Really
you
good.
haven't marked those background squares. Did you? Did I miss you marking them?
You
Oh,
missed
you
me.
did?
I have,
Oh,
yeah.
sorry. I thought you were going to eyeball.
No, I wouldn't eyeball on TV.
Okay. But you might eyeball at home,
No, I wouldn't.
wouldn't you?
No, I wouldn't. Not on this. No.
I would.
No.
I'm daring like that.
It's about beginners. Would a beginner eyeball it?
Yeah, I would. I was that kind of beginner. What can I say? Leslie from Somerset has got in touch to say, good morning, Lucy and Stuart. Great demonstration and fabulous fabrics. Lucy, love your T-shirt. Is it handmade? That's from Leslie.
Ah, hi, Leslie. It is handmade, yes. I made it just a couple of days ago. I was teaching a class, dressmaking class, and I thought, well, I'll whip up a top. So I made a beautiful linen top, and then I had half an hour left in my day, and I've just bought this fabric in, and I thought, oh, I could see a T-shirt out of that, you know.
That was lovely.
So I quickly made it.
You do some fabulous dressmaking and knitting as well.
Thank
we
you.
need to get you on Yarn Lane.
I'd love to be on Yarn Lane. I would love to be on Yarn Lane.
Yeah, Lucy was showing me some of her knitting earlier on. She's a fantastic knitter as well. Gorgeous technique. Yeah, no, I probably would. Or I've got a laser light on my machine as well.
Yeah.
And that is brilliant for doing these corners without having to mark them.
Laser light?
Yeah.
What machine's this?
It's a Brother.
Right. Oh, see, I'm an ambassador for Janome.
It's the Stella. But you can get laser lights that you put onto your machine anyway, and it just shines a light, and so you follow the line that's shining rather than marking it. Yeah.
Right. So we've got our 4 pieces on. So now how do we snowball this? How do we make it something interesting? Okay. So I'm just going to bring in my iron again first. And I'm going to press each of the corners away from themselves. Nice and flat. Again, remember to use all your starch products again. All the way around. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over to the wrong side, and I'm just going to check that we're all square. So in this case, I've just gone over just a little bit on the white, can you see? And I'm just going to trim it away first. Make that go away. Oh, if life was that easy, eh? Get rid of all of our problems, just trim it away. So we're all nice and square there. So now all I need to do is remove these excess pieces here.
Okay.
This is where I would eyeball, but we can, if we prefer, to lay our ruler on to the 1/4 inch mark. So that's in line with our stitches, and then just take it off there. Otherwise, just flip it back. Careful with your finger, obviously, or use scissors just to take the excess away. Give it a final press. Let's give her a little spritz, shall we? Her? Might not be a her.
Them?
It.
So is this to make the head of the butterfly?
Yeah, we've got a head now.
Fab.
She can see, he can see, it can see. So we have a head.
The eyes on a butterfly.
I don't know. I had a strange idea of, you know, those googly eyes on springs. But yeah, very unnecessary. So that's the head done.
Yeah.
And then all we have to do is repeat that in order to do the neck.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and do that if you don't mind.
No, absolutely.
I'll be over here having a nice time.
Have you noticed this year, or is it just me, how many more butterflies there are? Hannah, yeah, Ollie. I think it's wonderful. I think it's beautiful. I just feel like there's twice as many butterflies this year as any other year I can remember.
I think you're right. I actually noticed it yesterday when we were sat in the pub, myself and my husband, and there was 2 flying around. I thought they're getting very sociable as well, aren't they?
Absolutely. And also, I was walking past a gorgeous lavender hedge. I mean, magnificent, about sort of maybe 3 feet high.
Yeah.
Huge lavenders. And with Charlie, and Charlie said to me, gosh, look at all those bees. And I looked and saw a couple, and I went, oh yeah, there's loads. And then I looked, and the whole of this lavender hedge was covered in bees.
Wow.
And that's also a very good sign, isn't it, I think? Yeah, lovely.
Definitely, definitely.
While you're just sewing those quickly, I'm going to recap the bundle that you're using because it's very, very popular. It's the fruits, it's that gorgeous teal gingham, it's the flowers, joyful, gorgeous. I'm actually going to hold the panel up so you can see. The value is incredible. Okay, so look, here's your panel. And you're getting all of your patchwork squares for the squares, you're getting the larger ones for the half square triangles, the body, the binding, the inner border as well, all printed on that panel. And then you've also got 1 metre of vanilla solid, and that's going to create that gorgeous background that your butterfly will really pop from. Your quilt itself is 1 metre by 1 metre 4. 104 centimetres, and totally beginner friendly. You get your full instructions, layout. I mean, Lucy has written this in such a way that is completely approachable, completely beginner friendly. You teach a lot of classes, don't you, Lucy?
I do, yeah.
And it shines in all of your patterns. You're always there holding your hand. Just gorgeous. Very, very achievable. And a great beginner project. Or an advanced project. If you've been quilting for years, you'll love it. You'll love it. I think that's absolutely smashing. Have we got a neck?
We've got a neck. I'm doing the tail now.
Will you just show us quickly what you did, just to...
Exactly
so
the
you've still
same.
snowballed, but just the top two corners.
Absolutely, yes.
Gotcha.
Yes. And now we're going to do the tail, because the tail is a different size. And what we want to make sure we do here is create a point. Okay. So again, I'm just repeating this process of drawing lines on squares, really. But this time, this looks quite oversized, as you can see.
We're just, sorry, I think the camera's just moving so we can
Sorry.
see it below. That's all right.
Let me move it up a little bit.
Yes, it does look a bit different this time.
It does. So there we go. And now I'm just going to sew that diagonal line.
Okay, cool. It's a really cool technique, isn't it, Lucy?
Yes. You can achieve so much from just creating these little angled pieces.
Yeah, because otherwise it would be templates, it would be
It would.
much more complex.
Yeah.
You've really simplified it.
I'm going to iron again. Again, we're just repeating all the time, repeating what we're doing.
So you were saying that your mum designed the butterfly.
She did.
She made it? Was it on paper?
Yeah, so Mum makes quilts for charity.
Fabulous.
That's what she does, just for fun.
Brilliant.
And yeah, literally, she just sends me pictures. Like last night, she sent me a picture saying, "Oh, look what I made today on her 51st wedding anniversary." And she made this most beautiful cover just to put over the top of a sewing machine. And she knows if I'm with my lady, I'm going to say, "Oh, look what Mum made today." And then they all ooh and ah. They love my mum. They call her Majulie. Majulie.
Oh,
they love her. My mum's not a typical teacher. They love her.
Does your mum come along to classes? And
she comes every Tuesday.
Yeah.
Because so Tuesday morning and Tuesday afternoon I run a social, but she always comes on Tuesday morning because the ladies do love her. Honestly, I'm not needed when my mum's needed her.
Where's your mum?
It really is. It's either where's your mum or where's Hannah.
Yeah.
And the other day, it was where's your mother?
Oh.
Yeah. Because I wouldn't do all the donkey work for the ladies.
Ah.
Well, if your mum was here, she'd do it for me. Well, I'm not my mother, am
Mum's
I?
not here.
You're not learning anything while my mum's doing it, are you?
There you go.
We can lay this other piece on top. So, yeah.
Are you like good cop, bad cop?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
My mum's busy telling people off and smacking people if they do something. When I say smacking, she'll smack around the arm. You don't do it like that.
Oh, really?
She's like that. She's that
well,
kind
that's
of.
quite a different
Don't do it like
approach.
that. Yeah. And I'm like, Mum, you really can't do that. But they love it. They love it. She did say one day, "Is there anybody in the room that I'm not allowed to hit?" And I had one hand going up. She said, "I won't hit you, that's Ruth." So I've just laid the other piece directly over the opposite corner now.
Yes.
And I'm just going to sew straight down.
But you pressed the first piece back.
I did.
Because
and
haven't we
trimmed it,
all done
and
that?
Exactly.
You've done that? We've done flippy corners where you forgot to press it back and you sew the next one. You're like,
you can trim. There's always a way around it. So that one's over the top now.
Yep.
It's kind of blending into the background a little bit, isn't it? Again, always iron it first. Always set that seam. And then press across.
Got you, yes. And there's the butterfly's tail.
Mum did say, "I'm never teaching for you again, though." She'll always come to classes. She likes to be the person that floats with no responsibility.
Fine.
She's the hostess. She wants to make the drinks and make sure everybody's okay.
But that's what
we are a real team.
I would say from somebody who's taught many, many workshops, I always make friends with the person who's in charge of making the tea first, because they are my best friend.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's that.
Absolutely, yeah.
I learned that, when I became a school teacher, I learned very quickly, in fact, I went in knowing this, that you have to be friends with, first of all, the school administrator, and secondly, the caretaker. Because if you want anything at all for your classroom, you're going to go to one of those two people and ask.
I feel like Brian's that person here.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
He's so lovely.
Very lovely.
So kind.
Very lovely.
Look, I've just folded this back so we can see it on screen. But look, that is the tailing. See? How easy is
Yeah,
it?
it's cool.
How
It's
easy.
great.
And now all we're doing, those are that's as hard as this is going
They're
to
the tricky
get.
bits.
We've done our half square triangles.
Yep.
That's going to create shape. We've learned how to snowball to make a head and a neck, and we've done this bit here. The only other bit is to do the wingtips.
Yeah.
Now, I've given you sizes for this, but visually, all you're looking to do is knock the edge off. That's all it is. So even if you got the size wrong here, it really, really wouldn't matter.
Right.
Really wouldn't matter.
It's literally just to give a little bit of roundness.
Yes, exactly,
to the
yeah.
corner. I
Yeah.
can see that.
Yeah. So, shall I do those bits? I'm not sure really what much else I can show you, to be honest.
No,
other
well,
than
we're almost
making
out of
it.
time. I'm going to recap the kits as well because I need to make sure that you get your kit of your choice before it sells out.
The backing
Need my
fabric.
love.
Can I show you the backing fabric?
Of course you can. Oh,
Because it's on there, and I just think that is sensational.
that is lovely. Like a gorgeous batik.
It is. It's so soft and gentle.
That is lovely. Well, if we don't have time for these extra wides, we might even have them in the next hour.
Okay.
So I've got tools and a bit of fabric hours. So, but I'll quickly recap the kits. So first of all, the one that Lucy's been using, we've called that Retro Picnic. Fruits and flowers and gorgeous kind of retro palette. Lots and lots of you with this in your basket. Don't miss out, will you, by forgetting to check out. Sally says, thank you, Stuart. Sally, school admin. Yes, you see, you and I would have bonded day one. Day one. Yes, it's true. It's true. They're the people that make things happen in a school.
They do.
Not the head teacher. It's the school admin
Do you
and
know,
the caretaker.
you're right. I mean, in the buildings, I'm in a multi-use building. Honestly, Tiffany, she's the go-to girl.
Yeah.
She's my best friend. She's
Yeah.
the one that I'm saying, oh, your hair looks nice. You know.
Next kit is the one that's hanging behind Lucy, those gorgeous lilacs, lavenders, golden yellows. These are real kind of gorgeous summery garden colours. You've got that beautiful peachy coral as your background fabric. And of course you are getting the full pattern, which means all of your fabric for the front of your quilt and your binding is just costing you £20, $29.99 with the pattern included. So that's the second kit option. And then the third one is the one that Kirsty, I think if I remember rightly, Kirsty made. So we've got a slightly different background fabric for it, but those are your focus fabrics for the butterfly itself. Absolutely gorgeous, warm, rich, kind of plum colours, pinks, and also gorgeous oranges. Lots of vibrancy and warmth there. Here's your background colour. It's lemon, I think. And your pattern. Look, on your panel, you even get made with love, handmade by. So you've even got a little quilt label that you can sew on. If you're gifting or if you're keeping, really important to label your quilts so that in time you can remember when you made them, because I forget. But also as well, when you gift them, people remember, oh, this is the one that Lucy made for me. Right, pattern on its own, physical pattern. I think a brilliant pattern that you can pull out. It's not going to take you long to make. It's a nice, easy sew, but it's fun. Every version will look different, won't it? Those of you that emailed in this morning, lost your Sojo. What a nice project to get you back into it.
Her name was Jane because I actually thought about you, Jane, thinking, because Stuart's absolutely right. Go somewhere with loads of colour, like I went to Belton House last week, loads of colour, just soak it all in. Go sit on a bench, soak it all in. This quilt is for you because you can just bring all of that juice back into it.
Yeah, that's a really nice way of putting it. Yeah, I totally agree. Physical pattern $9.99, but if you are ready right this minute and you want to make this quilt today, or at least start it, go for the downloadable instructions, and then it's an instant download and you can be sewing before the end of the morning. $9.99 for the digital instructions. These are the details you will need coming up. There, those ones. There it is. Fantastic. We are ready for a break, Lucy. Thank you for a fab hour.
Thank you. We made a
Brilliant.
head, a neck, a tail, half square triangles, and we made the tips of our wings.
Brilliant. Perfect. Thank you. Right, we're going to go to a little break. When we come back, I've got gorgeous cotton canvas bundles. Very nice price. I've got waddings, I've got tools, loads of different things. This is also a really good time if you've got any techie questions that you want to get in, or any best tips that you want to share with our sewing community. Get them in and let's make this a little bit interactive. See you after the break.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click gift cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street. So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt. And because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Hello, you. Right, this hour we've got tools and some fabulous fabric. I'm going to jump straight in with a product, okay, which I was talking last hour about eyeballing, which isn't for everybody. I've got the most amazing seam guide tape, which could actually be the answer to your prayers. If you hate having to mark half square triangles, yeah, the centre line to sew either side, or that diagonal line to snowball, this is the stuff you need. If you don't like marking and you haven't got a laser light, this is the stuff you need. Now, it comes in black or white. To be fair, it doesn't make any difference. It's just whatever you can get hold of or whatever you can see more clearly. And this is the stuff, okay? You actually get 10 metres on the reel, and it's like a washi tape, okay? And what you do is you lay this down, you stick a piece, I don't know, yay long, onto your the bed of your sewing machine, okay? And then when you're sewing, let me just extend, oh, there we go, brilliant, we've got an image. So you lay it on the bed of your sewing machine, and then you line your fabric. So if you line the right-hand edge of the fabric up with the white line and then you sew, you'll be sewing 1/4 of an inch in from the raw edge. If you want to be able to sew on the diagonal, if you want to sew either side of a centre line, again, you line up your fabric with either the centre line or with the white line either side. It's just brilliant. It's absolutely fab, and it really works. It really works. A really useful thing to have, especially if, like me, you hate having to do that extra step of marking lines across your fabrics. Give it a try. Give it a try. You want to make sure that the tape extends far enough on the bed of your sewing machine so that when you're laying a larger square on top, you can still see the tape. Now, obviously, if you're doing something really big, like a sort of a 6 or an 8 inch square, half square triangles, well, you will have to mark the diagonal with a pencil for that because you wouldn't be able to see any of the tape. But if you're doing like sort of 4, 3, 2, anything like that, perfect, absolutely perfect. So you don't sew through the tape or anything like that. You lay that on your machine and then you line your fabric up. But because you've got the centre line and 1/4 of an inch either side, oh, it's like magic. Now, at the moment, the one that's on screen is the black. It's the black, okay? £4.99 for a 10 metre reel. Oh, it lasts for ages. And also as well, it's not a kind of one and done. It's almost that kind of low tack tape that if you're careful, you can peel it off and then stick it back on again. It's not going to leave residue. It's kind of low tack tape. It's almost like painter's tape. A FIFO. This is a total game changer. My seams will never be off again. D, it's a bold claim. It's a bold claim, D. If you're watching, how's it working out? I know it's going to be great because I use it. It's fab. It's fab stuff. Another FIFO. Stop calling it FIFO. I saw this and thought it might help me keep my sewing lines in the right place. Pauline, I feel your pain. And it has. I wouldn't be without it. This is brilliant. You see, sometimes I hate that saying about a poor workman blames their tools. The truth is, the right tools can make us all better at what we do. Actually, the tools really do make a difference, don't they? We know that. We know that. So that's it in black. We've also got it in white. Do you need both? Would one or the other do? To be fair, I think it doesn't matter. You could have one of each. No, I don't think it would make a difference, to be fair. I think it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're black or white. Do you remember that song? No, honestly, I don't personally, but you might find one easier to see or to read. Make a nice little gift. It's a slightly judgmental gift, isn't it? Your seams are always a bit off, Jean. So I've bought you some seam guide tape. Take the hint. I just, however long we've been sewing. And also as well, don't you find, depending on the day, your mood, how you're feeling, the atmospheric pressure, the lighting, sometimes my sewing is really off. My 1/4 inch seam allowance, it goes really skinny. It really depends. It really depends what mood I've woken up in. I'm that kind of guy. But that's the day when you might reach for your seam guide or your seam guide tape. It's just something that's helpful. You might want to improve your piecing. You might want to be able to make half square triangles and 1/4 square triangles without marking your fabric. You might want to do flippy corners without having to mark. And this is the stuff. Very clever. Very clever stuff. I would say, genuinely, for $4.99, give this a try because, you might think, well, I would tell you that. But genuinely, you know why I don't recommend things unless I genuinely think they're really good. And I do genuinely think this is great. And it does work. And it is a game changer. And I would heartily recommend it. So for $4.99, I would give it a try. It could be a total game changer for you too. The one on screen is white, by the way. The details are for white. And then the side graphic on the right-hand side of your screen is for the black. Right, that is that. Now, can I do another of my absolute favourite products? Oh! My producer has just told me I can do what I want. Wow, that could be dangerous. So I'm going to do the batting seam tape. Now, anybody who's ever watched me before knows I am a huge fan of this. I hate waste. I hate wasting wadding. Okay, and so often wadding strips, we save them, but we don't end up using them because it's an 8-inch strip by 90 inches or 60 inches or whatever. And what's the point of that unless you're making a long, thin quilt? But you can use seam batting tape to join your batting together. Yes, you can hand stitch it laboriously together if you want to and you've got the time. I don't. This batting tape, literally all you do, can we go back to the picture? And I am actually going to correct this picture. Okay, so what you do is you cut your batting so that the two edges just butt together, just meet. You don't want them to overlap. You lay the seam batting tape over the top. It's fusible on one side. You'll feel it. It's slightly rougher on one side. Lay that down. The bit I would correct is you need to put a pressing cloth over it. I'm sure you need to see the product in a picture, of course you do, but if we're taking instruction from this, I would add in a pressing cloth. It could be a tea towel, it could be a bit of spare fabric, it doesn't have to be anything fancy. But also I wouldn't iron directly onto wadding either, so it just protects everything. And then it fuses the layers together, okay? If you bought my recent We Love Quilting, scrap quilting, the triple pattern, I've actually devoted a chunk on how to use this batting tape to frankenbatting your scraps. I call it frankenbatting. And all 3 of the quilts in that pattern were made using frankenbatting because frankly, I don't want waste, and also the wadding pieces were taking up space in my studio and they look much better inside a quilt. For £10.99, absolutely brilliant. You don't need to put it on both sides. One side is plenty. You will not see it. You will not feel it. It doesn't make a difference when you're sewing, okay? It invisibly joins the batting together and it takes seconds. If you think you haven't got enough wadding to make your next quilt, have a look at your scraps. I bet you have. Vera from Shropshire says, "Hi Stuart, I've used this tape. It's really good and works a treat." That is what we need it to do, Vera. I'm glad it worked for you. Yeah, it's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. I've even used it when I've been long arming and I've got to the last bit of quilt and been that much short on my wadding, which normally it'd be like a complete nightmare, but all I do, flip it back. And what I do when I'm joining my batting, okay, top tip here, imagine these 2 pieces of fabric, okay, were my 2 pieces of wadding, okay, and I want them to butt against each other. And usually there's a bit of a raggedy edge, isn't there? So what I do is I overlap them by about 1 inch, okay, like that. You can see I've got an overlap. And then I will use a pair of dressmaker's scissors and I will cut through both layers. But rather than cut in a straight line, I cut a very gently curving line as I go through. Then I take away the little thin bit at the top and the bottom, and then they will sit together absolutely flush, no overlapping. And because it's a slightly wavy line as well, it really helps to disguise the join. Put the tape over the top, cover it with the pressing cloth, a quick press, and it's done. Brilliant stuff. Grab some, try it. Try it. Right, the other thing that I've got is single-sided, 1/4 inch wide quilter's tape. Now this is single-sided. This is for marking quilting lines. Much beloved by hand quilters, but just as fantastic for dressmakers and machine quilting, because what you're going to do is you're going to lay this tape, and this is like painter's tape again, yeah, like masking tape, but it's 1/4 inch wide. Lay it down on your fabric. It could be that you're top stitching around a hem. It could be that you're top stitching a bag or quilting a quilt. And then you hand or machine quilt next to the edge of the tape. So you don't sew through it, quilt to the edge. If you want to do double tram lines, then leave the tape down, sew the other side of the line as well, and then you'll get 2 lines exactly 1/4 inch apart. When you peel the tape off, don't throw it away, okay? It is good for probably 4 to 6 uses until the stickiness is gone. So move it over to your next line, lay it down, smooth it down, and then stitch again. It's not going to leave residue, it's not going to leave stickiness, but it isn't meant to be sewn through, okay? So it's there as a guide. It's a light adhesive, really good stuff. Again, for £1.99, it's one of those products. Try it. It could be your new best friend. It might be something you say, you know, I tried it. I'd use it every now and then, but generally, no, it's not a game changer for me. But for £1.99, I would try it. I would try it. Like I say, for some people, it's their absolute essential. I never used the double-sided tape. And then I tried some, but then I tried some and it was like, oh my goodness, you know. But you can think to yourself, no, I don't need that. Worth a try, worth a try. Right, while we're talking about hero products, best press. Hannah, you told me I could do what I liked. That's for the whole hour. You can tell me what to do next. Right, best press. I've got 3 different varieties. I'm very limited on all of them, actually. I've got limited quantities. Let's do scent-free first of all. So this is the 499 millilitre scent-free best press. This is your dispensing bottle with your spray nozzle. I've only got 6 of these left, by the way. This is that fabric conditioner, if you like. It's going to get rid of any creases, any wrinkles. If you're tackling your scrap mountain at the moment and getting it sorted, remember step 1 is sorting and ironing and trimming off any really rough edges. Best press is your new best friend because it's going to restore the fabric back to its factory settings. It's going to be as beautiful as the day you bought it. And that's when you wanted it and wanted to use it and couldn't wait to get it home. You can make your scraps that appealing by giving it a good old spritz and an iron. So that is the scent-free. I've also got the refill bottle. I've got the refill bottle of scent-free best press. This is 999.59 millilitres. It is not 1 litre. It's like the tiniest drop under. If you've got one of those just a little cheapy spray bottle, yeah, you can buy them, can't you, in cosmetics departments or that kind of thing. You can pour it in. You don't have to use the fancy bottle. Christine says, morning Stuart, I've used best press for the first time last week. Here is an example that proves my point. It's my best friend. I just love it. It's made my ironing and sewing so easy. Christine, I'm thrilled to bits. This is the thing. You know, we think, oh, best press has been around for years. Everyone's tried it. If you've never tried some of these products, it really is worth it every now and then. I say the same about wadding. If you've never used this wadding, buy yourself half a metre, make a couple of cushions. If you don't enjoy it, don't buy it again. But it's worth trying. It could be your new best friend. Kate in Merseyside says, I love best press. I use loads of it. Me too. Especially helpful for scraps. I'm on my 9th block A of your blue scrappy quilt, Stuart. Kate, I need to see them. I need to see them, please. Brilliant. You're making radiant circles. Gorgeous. Gorgeous. And again, best press can be a real game changer when it comes to piecing. Whatever you're doing, squares, half square triangles, you name it. Right, let's do the lavender. This is lavender vanilla. Delicious scent. This is 499 millilitres. $11.99. These bottles do last a good long time. Of course, if you're like Kate and me and you best press everything, including shirt collars and cuffs, because it does also help to repel dirt and grease and keep fabric fresher for longer. I spritz my pillows a little bit with this sometimes just to give them a little smooth out. It's great for travelling as well. To freshen up your clothes on holiday. Give them a little press and they'll be as good as new. This is $11.99 for the lavender vanilla scent, which is really lovely. And then last of all, this one is the cherry blossom, which I've got about that much left. I could really do with them. I've only got 7 of these left. This is cherry blossom. Sakura. Sakura. That's cherry blossom, isn't it, Sakura? Yeah, Japanese for cherry blossom. Beautiful. No, Shakira. Shakira, Shakira. My hips don't lie. Ba-da, ba-da, ba-da. But honestly, I think everybody should try best press at least once in their lifetime. Bro. Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Yes, now if you want a really quick quilt, good for a quick baby quilt, this. This is the June Taylor Sophisticated Strips quilt as you go. Now what this is, this is, your finished quilt is 40 inches by 50 inches, so perfect throw, perfect baby quilt, okay? And what you do is, you've got printed wadding. So can you see these blue lines? Well, these blue lines are printed in this pattern. You get your cutting instructions, and basically you lay your first piece of fabric down right side up on one, and it will just go within the blue lines. It doesn't sit over them. Then you lay fabric number 2 on top of fabric number 1, right sides facing and raw edge line. You sew, flip it back, and it will just sit inside the line. Okay, add 3, add 4, add 5, add 6, add 7, and then you add your strips on this side, strips on this side, and that's it. You have your backing on at the same time. So as you're sewing your strips together, you are quilting as you go. I reckon if you've got a little bit of piecing and quilting experience, this is a quilt you could 100% make in one short day. One short day, $16.99 for that. Equally, if you wanted to do extra quilting, you could quilt as you go, because you're going through wadding and backing. You could quilt each strip as you go, and really have some fun maybe with decorative stitches. It's a fab one. I've made this actually, and it is really quick, really easy, very satisfying. And you can use scraps, you could use a fabric range. Yeah, really pretty. And literally, when you've done your stitch and flip, it's already quilted. All you've got to do is bind it. It's literally just come back into stock. Over a third of our stock has already gone. So really good to have a quick quilt. Really good to have a quick quilt. Now, if you wanted to give this quilt a really different look, what you could do is you could use the Jen Kinwell lollies. And I wouldn't cut them this way, I would cut it this way, because if you imagine, like, so this, if you imagine this like centre strip here, if it was in these fabrics, you'd probably have about 5 or 6 different strips going across there. Now, I might then contrast that with like something plainer or just a single fabric either side, but it could really add lots of variety. Work smarter, not harder. I love a bit of extra bang for my buck, don't you? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'll keep this around. I think these are fab, really useful. Everybody needs a quick quilt in the sort of, you know? Yes. Let's do these lollies. I think this is a genius idea because at my heart, I'm a scrap quilter. Scrap quilts are my favourite, and I think a scrap quilt is one that's got lots of variety in it. They do not have to be scraps. Now, this is 1/2 metre, but actually what we've got are 8 fat 16ths. So I've got 8 different fabrics within my 1/2 metre. So I've got all the variety I need for my scrap quilt in one fabric. It's so clever. For $8.99, it's not a panel, so if you buy 1.5 meters of this, it'll come in a continuous length, so you'd end up with 1.5 metre strip of this, 1.5 metre strip of this. And also as well, this little cutting line, this was always meant as a cutting line, but lots of creative quilters now are using this as an integral part of their design. It's clever, isn't it? Very clever. You get an amazing value in one fabric, 8 different fabrics. And of course, it's Moda quality, so absolutely brilliant. The selvages are brill, look. You've got to keep those and use those for something else. With the little black dotted line as well. Very, very cute. Yeah. It's great, isn't it? Love that. That's the green one. I've got 3 different colourways. So if you bought all 3 colourways, that would cost you less than £27, and you would have 24 different fabrics You know, that is a scrap quilt. All done. I'll do the next one. This is the kind of the pink and this is my favourite one actually out of, look. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's amazing. Amazing. This reminds me of stuffed olives. It's giving me martini vibes. No, martini vibes. Look though, aren't these fabrics delicious? Absolutely love that one. So clever, so clever. Half a metre for £8.99, and that gives you 8, what we would call a fat 16th, because that is 1/16 of a metre. Teresa says, I would like to thank everyone at Sewing Street. Oh, thank you for being a viewer, first off, Teresa. Without all your experts, I would not have had the confidence to try new things. Ah, that's what we're here for. That's what we're here for. We're your sewing friends. And, you know, if you've ever got any questions, if you're having problems or like technical difficulty, just get them into us. We love to be able to help each other, and our viewers as well love to step in with a tip, an idea, something that's worked for them. We love having you in our community. These are fab. These are fab. I love them. I'm going to keep that out. I'm also going to put the green one next to it just so you can see the value that you're getting. And they are really interchangeable and interminglable. Is that even a word? You know, like yummy. You've got lights, you've got darks, you've got mediums. I would get all 3. Log cabin, beautiful. It would be beautiful. I'm going to pop that to one side and grab the last one. These are more of the sort of yellows. I'm a big fan of Jen Kinwell. Her designs are great. Look. We've had ginghams today. Now ginghams would mix in beautifully with these. With any of these, in fact, you could mix them in. These, of course, are just quilt weight cotton. So once they're cut up, you won't. There is no difference between this and a French General or a Three Sisters or a Tilda or anything else. They're all the same kind of fabric. So you can mix and match these with your own fabrics at home. They are cut to order. So if you buy 2 meters, 4 units, you'll have continuous length of each of these. So you might want to do a sort of scrappy border where you have a different fabric for each border on your quilt. I do that a lot. Really useful. Grab them while you can. Oh, Karen's asked a question. Good morning. Maybe a silly question, but why do they... Karen, I meant to say earlier on, it's a really good question. They're 5 inches. 5 inches wide, and that doesn't include the black and white line. So 5 inches from there and there. So in half a metre, you could cut 3 5-inch squares, and you'd have about... I mean, you couldn't quite cut 4. I mean, well, maybe technically you could. It depends. Half a metre is just a shade over 20 inches. So yeah, you should be able to cut 4 5-inch squares from each strip. Wait a minute, so 4 times 8, that's 32, isn't it? So that's almost a charm pack for £8.99. Wow. Wow. Oh, Karen, I'm really glad you asked that question. That's just set my mind a-whirling. Brilliant, brilliant. Now, earlier on I mentioned some cotton canvas, which I think would be very nice to talk about now. I'm going to show you all of them to start with. The quality of our cotton canvas is brilliant. I've used this quite a lot in bag making. And you'll spot some of this when you see my new book, Make 100 Bags. You will spot some of our cotton canvas because I use these in the photo shoot and in some of the bags. So they are brilliant. They're famous. They're practically famous. Now I'm going to grab the navy first because of all the neutrals kind of Navy black, ivory, they're the ones you're going to use most often. So I'm going to grab the navy first. I like to wear a lot of blue and a lot of brown. So for me, navy is one of the most perfect colours for bag making. Now this is a 1 metre pre-cut bundle. I want to show you just how big this piece of fabric is, because you get a huge amount of fabric and we don't even know the price yet. These are really wide, 150 centimetres wide. So 1 metre. This is really soft and flexible, by the way. We're not talking about like a bell tent here. This is soft, this is flexible. Now, bag making wise, 1 metre like that, my goodness, that's going to be everything I need to make a weekend bag and more. If I'm using it for messenger bags, especially if I mix a little bit of my own fabric with it, we're probably talking 3 or 4 bags from 1 metre. Amazing value. What are you going to pay for it though? Let's see. Let's see. Wow. $8.98. $8.98 for 1 metre. This is 150 centimetres wide. That is phenomenal value. It's just brilliant, and a very sort of underrated and overlooked fabric. I've used this a lot with just a little special patterned fabric or a bit of PU, so you can mix and match them really nicely, and they work so well together. So perhaps a little bit of William Morris, the pocket flap, maybe a little binding on the back pocket, and then the rest of the bag in the navy cotton canvas. When we say cotton canvas, you can see how soft and flexible this is. This is really beautiful. Garden cushion covers, interior cushions, to be fair. It is lovely, lovely fabric. If you multi-buy, just keep in mind this is pre-cut, so they will come in 1 metre pieces. Still completely usable even if you're making something larger. Great for things like bean bags, floor cushions, anything where you need that slightly more robust fabric. Backpacks, rucksacks, weekend bags, sports holdalls, anything like that. And you're literally paying, so what is it, a half a metre? $4.49 for half a metre, $8.98 for the bundle. It's brilliant value, absolutely brilliant. So that's our navy. I'm going to grab the cream next, because again, it's those neutrals. We've called it ivory. It is an ivory, isn't it? Really lovely, kind of sparkling. So useful. But again, quality counts. Quality always counts. Print on this with your coloricious woodblock prints, yeah. Embroider it, paint on it. I mean, I love potato printing. I love potato printing, and you can get some brilliant effects. Fabric medium plus acrylic paint. Fabulous. What about getting a few meters of this in preparation for summer holidays with the kids? Get them to block print it with potato prints, acrylic paint mixed with fabric medium, yeah. Block print the fabric, and then help them make it up into tote bag or drawstring bag. If they're a bit older, you could maybe do a zippy pouch with it, personalize it. Yeah. Yeah, or something to sign. Yeah, like a teddy bear that you sign at a christening. That's a cute idea. That's lovely. It is robust, but soft. Yeah, fantastic. Quarter of the stock's gone. It's a gorgeous one. Yeah, it is lovely. And then your other really, really super useful neutral is black. Yeah. And again, if you want to print on this, think about maybe gold, silver, bronze. Those would all print incredibly well. You could maybe use a decolorant, block print with a decolorant, and then iron to remove the colour. So if you were watching on Saturday, the Coloricious show, we had lots of different fabric paints and decolorant. Will they still be on the website, Hannah? They should be. Saturday. Yeah. So have a look and maybe think about doing some block printing. And if you don't want to get the wooden blocks, you could cut your own from potatoes or from sponges. Yeah, and snip into sponges. Gorgeous. Black's so versatile. You could also use this to back something like a picnic quilt or a playmat. But superb for bag making. Really comes into its own. Play tents. Even because it's 150 wide by a metre, that draped over, you know, a couple of chairs back to back or something like that is an instant play tent, isn't it? I don't know about you, but I loved to play like that when I was a child. It was great fun, or draped over a table just to create a little cocoon. This is what you're getting for £8.98. All of this fabric. There is absolutely loads. It's huge. Absolutely huge. Yeah, if you go onto the programme guide and look at Saturday, the 12 o'clock hour, Coloricious, you will find all of those fabric paints and the decolorant and the fabric medium as well. So if you buy the fabric medium, you just mix that with any acrylic paint. Right, next up, pewter. Again, a really good neutral. This could be fun, actually. What about making something like I would say something like a really smart laptop case, and I would quilt this, and I would do a double diamond crosshatch. So use your quilter's tape, okay? And all I would do is mark a 45-degree line, or put a ruler at a 45-degree angle, and lay down your first piece of tape. Stitch next to that line, stitch either side of that tape, peel the tape off, and then measure over maybe 2 inches from this line. Put your tape back down, sew 1/4 inch, you know, or sew either side of the tape, use the tape as a guide, move it over, and then do the same in the other direction and have like a double diamond crosshatch. That would look beautiful. Maybe make a rucksack out of that. Gorgeous. Maybe think about lining a bag with cotton canvas. Because it's that heavier weight, it's going to add more structure to your bag. So even though the outer bag might be made of something like a quilt weight cotton or a thinner fabric, having that structured lining will actually give the whole bag more structure. Right, can we do this glorious golden yellow? This is beautiful. It's like an ochre or a mustard, a gold. Everybody loves a bit of gold. Yeah, it's such a happy, sunny colour, isn't it? I don't know if Facebook isn't updating, but I haven't had a single message since about the first 5 minutes of the day. I don't know how to reload it. It doesn't seem to be kind of flashing live, or I don't know. Oh, let's see. Maybe just no one's messaged. No, I can't. Sue's got in touch. Oh, loving the show this morning. Thank you. No, I haven't got that on my... No. I'm going to leave it there and hopefully Levi can have a little look for me. I can't do technology. You know that. You know that. There's the gold. Again, pre-cut, a 1 metre bundle. But remember, it's 150 centimetres wide, so you're getting a huge amount of fabric there for £8.98. And is that our regular price, or is that a special bundle price? That is our regular price. Gosh, it's such a good fabric, isn't it? And if you make and sell, you know, these fabrics, they're classy, they're beautiful. Thank you. Oh, see, there's lots of messages. There's lots of messages. Yes, lots of messages. I shall. Oh, see, I thought you'd forgotten about me. As if. Right, teal next. It's been very popular on pre-order. It's such a gorgeous colour, isn't it? Now, yesterday we launched the teal palette collection from Tim Holtz. So, yeah, I know, beautiful. Yeah, the stamps. We've got a little bit of Tim Holtz actually in the 12 o'clock under £10 hour. So, yeah, you might want to shop ahead. But that's the teal. It's glorious, isn't it? 1 metre by 1 metre 50. That's the width of the fabric, so huge value, great quality, 100% cotton as well. So it's going to wash, wear, it feels terrific. Really super. Great value, would mix really well with something like cork, with canvas, with tapestry, with PU, with quilt weight cotton. It's one of those staples. Beautiful quality, versatile, and an amazing price point. Right, lavender, lilac, yeah. Really pretty colour that. It's soft and subtle. Derek's got in touch. He says, good morning, Stuart. Loving the golden yellow fabric. I might combine it with teal collars and cuffs in a shirt. Chef's kiss. Definitely. I think I'm just going to pop the yellow and the teal together. Wow, awesome. Is that Hufflepuff? I don't think it is. I don't know. I love the combination, though. I love the combination. And it's a sturdy fabric, but it's still soft and supple. And again, 100% cotton. That's the lilac, 1 metre, pre-cut. If you multi-buy, remember it comes in separate pieces. And then the last cotton canvas I've got to show you right now is this beautiful, soft baby pink. Now, pink is one of those colours, a soft pink. It's really hard to get a really lovely, clean, fresh-looking pink. They can look yellowy. They can look a bit aged. This is beautifully, it's soft, but it's also nice and sort of clear and bright. Do you know what I mean? It's a nice sort of white-based pink. Really stunning. Really stunning. Great to work with as well. It's very stable, very easy to sew, press, wash. All the good stuff. Now, I've got iron cleaner. Yes, I do. Well, now I wasn't going to mention it again, but we do have to clean the iron, don't we, after Lucy's hour? But we all do that, don't we? We all iron something at too hot a temperature or whatever. We get some bond web on our iron, and our iron ends up looking like this. Oh my goodness. Is that John Scott's iron? Oh, it's Haley's iron. I thought it was. Dirty iron. So I think just a barely warm iron, and you rub You rub that on the surface and it bubbles away and it dissolves down all of the gubbins. Personally, I wouldn't do it on an ironing board because all of that muck is going onto your ironing board, John. But look then, a little rub with, and it's gone. Yeah, and if you've got a little tiny bit of residue left, just go back in with the iron cleaner again and just remove that last little bit, okay? That's brilliant. Absolutely brilliantly demonstrated by John Scott. TV's John Scott. It's great. Oh, let's watch it again. Look, dirty iron. Dirty iron. John with iron cleaner. Look at that. Hubble bubble. Bubbly bubbly. Bubbles, darling. Bubbles. There we go. John, not on your ironing board. Honestly. You can tell he's used to using other people's ironing boards, can't you? Hey? And then use a bit of old rag. Does John have staff? I think he must do. Little rub. Good as new. Good as new. Yeah, there we go. Look at that. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. $4.99 as well. Gosh, that could get you out of a tight spot, couldn't it? A lovely message from Julie. The Sewing Street community really helps me feel less lonely as I'm now housebound. Thank you, Julie. Oh, Julie, that makes us all really happy to hear that. We love our friends and community who join us every day or whenever they can on Sewing Street, and we're very, very happy that you're part of it. We've got our Facebook page, our Facebook friends, we've got our Instagram, and we really appreciate you messaging in and saying that too. We love messages. Send messages in anytime. We love to know who's watching, what you're up to, what are you making. Send in pictures, chat to each other. We love it. We love it. Thank you. Right, that's our iron cleaner. Now, oh, I've got some special stuff. Right. Well, I tell you what, I'm going to start with the thermal insulating batting. This is that stuff that's like a space blanket, yeah? So it's kind of the shiny, foily blanket, yeah, with a thicker layer of wadding on one side and just a very light coating of fluff on the other. Now, this isn't really the kind of thing that we put in the majority of quilts, partly because of the crinkle, okay. It is 113 centimetres wide, so I'll show you the width, okay. Now, I would use this in a quilt, but I would use this in a specific kind of quilt. So if you go to things like, you know, Party in the Park and outdoor gigs or outdoor theatre or sports matches, things like that, this will absolutely be a lifesaver. I mean, maybe not literally, but cold bottom, pop this down, sit on top. It will reflect the heat and will keep you more snugly. Yeah, because that metal finish reflects the heat and traps it. You can use it for things like tea cozies, cafetiere cozies, mug hugs. You can also use it for things like, I don't know, insulating bags to keep your white wine cooler for longer. You know, things like that. So warm things warm and cold things cold. So you can use it in both ways. You can also use this gets used quite a lot in things like children's activity, like babies' activity mats and things like that because of the crinkle, or in things like twiddle muffs, which are made for older adults as well. So you can use it for all those things. Don't put it in the microwave, okay? don't use it for something like a pocket that you warm your naan breads or tortillas or flatbreads. You can absolutely make a simple fold over top, almost like a wallet type thing, to put your naan breads in after you've heated them up to keep them warm at the table, or your bread rolls to have with soup or something like that. Just don't microwave it. But it'll keep the stuff warm. Also things like, those kind of like, do they call them like a hostess wrap that you can put round a casserole dish like a carry to take to a potluck or just to keep it warm at the table. Loads of different things you can use this. But like I say, you can use it in a quilt for things like when you're at, outdoor events. It's brilliant. Brilliant stuff. So that's that. Now I've also got Thermolan. Yes, Thermolan. Now, Thermolan is still a thermal insulating wadding, okay, but it works in a different way. So that stuff has the metal in, okay, this one has the metal in. So this actually reflects back the heat, okay, but does have some limitations on its use. Whereas Thermolan has its insulating properties from the fact that it is highly compressed batting. So it actually feels like a reasonably thick layer of felt. That's what it feels like. So whereas batting's got lots of air spaces, this is actually deliberately compressed to be very firm, and that's how it holds in the heat or keeps the heat out. So this is particularly good for things like quilted clothing, waistcoats, jackets, where quilt batting might actually be a bit too thick. This would be really nice in my Haori jacket from Quilts from the Country. Would make a very nice sort of drapey jacket. You can also use it in things like, tea cozies, mug hugs, that kind of stuff. Yeah, it also is, because it's highly compressed, it's also very, very stable as well. So it holds its shape very well. So something like a wall hanging, where you want that to hold its shape very well. Or I know Wendy Orlando's used it for like game pieces for her outdoor games. Yeah, is it like a Snakes and Ladders game she does? Yeah, so lots and lots of uses for that. But as I say, don't think you can't use this in a quilt. You can, particularly wall hangings. It doesn't drape. Okay, this is the thing. It doesn't drape. If I show you here, right, that is not the kind of drape that we want on a quilt. I know it is draping, but not in the way that we want a quilt to. It's really quite stiff and quite compressed. It would also be great in bag making as well, where you want a thin padded layer, but you want it to create a nice structure to a bag. Right, a message. Yeah, that's fine. Morning, Stuart. Thank you for your company today. Oh, Lisa Marie, thank you for yours. It's my pleasure. I so love getting messages in from our viewers because sometimes, I feel like it's just me and those two in the gallery, which can be a very good thing, but equally sometimes, what? But I love having your company. I love having their company too. Of course I do. Right, I'm going to also mention while we're here, Quilter's Grid. This is a light, soft and fusible gridded interfacing. This is pre-cut, it's a metre, and these are 1-inch squares. So if you've seen, now, I wonder if you can you do the quickest Pinterest search for the tilde, if you put tilde embroidery quilt, there's a new one, and it's like a peony, like a bunch of peonies. And I saw it the other day, and I was just like, oh, I've got to make it. They're all free patterns as well. But honestly, it's so beautiful. Pixelated quilts. Very, very clever stuff, this. So what you do is you cut out your squares. They don't have to be 1-inch squares. They could be 2-inch squares, 3-inch squares. And you lay them down and you fuse them to this side. And then on this side, you fold and stitch, fold and stitch. Can you not find it? Ah, okay. Not just a picture. We can't. Oh, yep, yep, maybe. Let's have a look. Oh, maybe. Yeah? That isn't the one, but there's several. But look at this one. Yeah, that kind of thing. Now, don't think, oh, but I need a piece of gridded interfacing that's the size of my quilt. It's broken down into pieces about yay big. So you just cut out your and then you just join it together. You don't have to like quilt as you go or anything like that. It's just normal. You just sew it together. You sew all your cotton squares to the front, make another one, and then you join the two panels together. It's easy peasy. Brilliant stuff. Brilliant stuff. And it will keep your stitching straight and true and your grid perfect. Now, I just want to mention something rather exciting, which is that we have literally this morning, while we've been on air, got the Brother side cutter foot back in stock. And it's kind of my thing, isn't it, the side cutter foot? So I'm going to be using it in the 12 o'clock hour. If you've got a Brother FS250, 210, 180, 130, if you've got an NV1100, if you've got, well, any basic modern Brother machine, to be fair, it's on pre-order. It's coming up on today's show. It's right at the very bottom. It's the very last thing that's been added. You might have to refresh it. But effectively what that does is cut the fabric while we overedge stitch. It's like having an overlocker added on to your regular sewing machine. Brilliant. I think $39.99, am I right? Grab yours now. We always sell out. Okay, we're going to go to a break. When we're back, Lucy Picksley is here. We've got her back in stock, telephone and things, but we've also got her brand new, The Art of Bag Making, with a brand new bag pattern. So, see you after the break.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Nesting seams is a really good way of getting perfectly matching seams. We use them a lot in patchwork, but they're also really good for dressmaking as well. So I've sewn these two separate pieces of fabric together and I want to join them. So what you do for nesting seams is press the seam allowances over to one side. So with this one, I'm going to press them over to the left. So you could do that from the wrong side. I also like to give it a little press from the right side, just gives it a neat finish. Now, with the other seam, I'm going to press this one over to the other side. So the seams are pressed over to that way, and then I'll give it a little press from the right side. Then you take the two seams, and because I want them to sit exactly one on top of the other, if you take the top fabric and pull it very gently, it stops. It stops just there, and that's the nesting of the seam. Because the seam allowance is higher this side on this one, and higher on this side, it makes the seam nest. So all you have to do now is pin, then sew them together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street. Charm Pack, or 5-inch squares. A charm pack is a bundle of pre-cut fabric squares, usually 5 inches by 5 inches. Each piece comes in different patterns and colours that match perfectly. They're great for quilts, patchwork or any small sewing project. No cutting or matching needed. So next time you are looking for a quick and easy way to start a sewing project, why not try a charm pack?
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hey, welcome back. It is our second hour with Lucy Picksley from So Pretty, So Mindful. Welcome back.
Hi.
Hello.
Jasmine.
Now, lots of us know you, Lucy, as a fabulous bag designer and bag maker. And this is a really special hour because we've got two patterns from Lucy. One is a fabulous back in stock, and I'm going to start there. But we've also got a brand new pattern and the art of bag design. But let's start with Phone and Things. We've been recommending this all morning as a, you know what, lost your sojo, want a quick project, something easy, practical, useful, and a great way of using a little bit of fabric in a really special way. Phone and Things is back in stock. It's $9.99. This is the physical pattern, and you've got full instructions. Lucy, who's this bag suitable for?
Anybody, and let me tell you for why. On my YouTube channel, I did this as a live a couple of weeks ago.
Oh, yeah.
And I saved it. So it's on my YouTube channel. So it is for anybody. It is relatively beginner friendly, but what you've got is the extra holding hand of me making it from start to end on my video.
Brill.
Where you can slow it down, rewind it, whatever you need.
Ah, fantastic. And you don't need loads of fabric either.
You really don't need a lot of fabric at all.
Fab. Great. And also minimal in terms of metalware. Now, we have had a few questions this morning asking what's your angel policy in terms of making and selling from your patterns?
Absolutely, happy to answer that. My angel policy is the same all over. I encourage you to be entrepreneurial. Go sell, go have fun, go make money for your charities, for yourself.
So you can sell for profit, sell for charity.
Absolutely, you can. Let's encourage us. Let's support each other.
Absolutely. But just remember, the pattern is for your use only. You can't reproduce the pattern, and even things like lending the pattern are against copyright. So keep the pattern for yourself, but you can make and sell.
Absolutely,
Amazing.
you can.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great. So back in stock. It's sold out a number of times. We did it on the 21st of May. So if you want to go back and watch a demo, May. Fabulous. All right, perfect. I'll pop that to one side. Now, we've also got a digital pattern if you want a digital download. So remember, this is instant purchase, instant download. You could be making it this afternoon. $9.99, different product details though. YWL Z72. Those are your product details, and you can get a digital download of the pattern. Right, next up, very exciting. We've got a very special new pattern from Lucy. It's called The Art of Bag Design.
Yes.
What are we getting in this pattern?
Okay. This is my baby, you know. I feel like it's my baby. And the reason why I called it Lucy and the Art of Bag Design is because in the booklet, I talk very much in terms of theoretical perspectives, if you like. And I wanted to be really clear that this is my theory. It's not anybody else's, it's just the way I work. And what I wanted to offer was more of an insight as I've been designing bags now for TV for over 3 years. Mm-hmm. So what happens inside my brain when I'm trying to think about how to design and make a bag? So we talk about cohesiveness of style. We talk about how fabrics work together, how one might overpower another, how we think about feature fabrics and what does a feature panel need to do? How do we draw attention to a feature panel? Mm-hmm. What happens then if we want to start adding high contrast threads to it? How do we make those selections about those threads in the first place? But then how do we make sure that they enhance what you're making rather than cutting straight through something? So throughout the pattern, you will ultimately be able to make a bag. Yep. So we'll call that part Lucy, if you like, the Lucy bag. But this is all about how do I create that vision? How can I work with my selections that I've got at home to put this together? How do I then use different sections of what I've just made to become templates in future bags?
Yeah. Yeah,
So
and I
lots
love
of theory, lots of method, lots of practice.
And we were talking earlier on, weren't we, Lucy, about, you know, how this is for anybody who wants to kind of take their bag making to the next level.
I'm going to call it independent.
Yes, I like that.
Yeah?
Yeah. So you can look at a pattern and think, if I tweak this, if I change that, if I modify, this is what I'm going to get.
Yeah. Sometimes our brain will only think as far as a pattern's telling us to.
Yeah.
So, for example, we've created the front of our bag. So I'll bring in this example here, and I'm going to do something a little bit more with it yet. But then what happens now is we've got this busy piece of fabric that's done all of this work that I've talked about. But next time, what I'd like to do for my mum or for whoever is they would like it to be just plain.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not going to give you the measurements. What we're going to do is we're going to take templates from things.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to set that aside for later, and then we know we can go back and use it.
Great.
So it's just really spelling out in some places the obvious, but hopefully it will make sense.
I think it's sometimes really good to have that.
There's lots of people that rely on sets of rules.
Yeah.
This is about saying that actually doesn't have to be rules,
Yeah.
and I'm going to show you how to be creative.
Well, what's great about this is you're getting the pattern to create this gorgeous bag, but then you're also getting a wealth of tips, knowledge, and very empowering information that you can then take, apply to your own bag making, not just this pattern, but any bag making pattern, and feel more confident with things like how you use your fabric, how you use your metalware.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what it is.
And all that for $9.99 as well. It's not like this is a higher priced item because you've still got the pattern, $9.99, but you've also got all that extra information, all that extra know-how that's based on years of designing bag patterns.
What I've gone is for the same price, I've given you quite literally double the amount of content. You know, there's 16 pages in here of knowledge that took me a long time to write and think about in your brains, as well as how I think about things to make sure that I'm getting this right for you. And at the end of it, you've still got a pattern to use.
Exactly, exactly. So you've got that base pattern. Love that. This is a great go-to, isn't it? I mean, I'll show you this version. And this one is without shoulder straps, so you can use this as a pouch, you know. Absolutely fantastic. But equally then into a shoulder bag. Yeah, really clever design, as always, from Lucy. Lots and lots of you going for this. Now, if you want to have a digital download version, you can sit and read on your Kindle or on your iPad or your computer, something like that. Get started today, in fact. Here are the details you need. $9.99, same price, but an instant purchase and an instant download. Remember, if this is the only thing you're buying today, you won't be charged any postage. A lovely message from Karen. She says, what a fantastic guide. I only make tote bags. Don't say only. That's brilliant. But I would like to be able to make more. Well,
Brilliant.
This is your next step, right?
Absolutely it is. Absolutely.
Yeah. Empowering, not overpowering. Wonderful idea. Yvonne, that's a great way of putting it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take that as a compliment if that's okay.
Yeah, I'm going to take that as a quote.
Oh, you do that.
Yeah.
You do that.
Empowering, not overpowering. Oh, clever turn of phrase.
And I think as well, if I may say so, sometimes we could be actually a little bit precious about how we think, you know, but I want to share with you. I mentioned right at the start, didn't I, be about being entrepreneurial? I do want you to be creative. I want you to go on the same journey that I went on, you know, to building up my skills, to learning, to maybe you'll be on here next, you know.
Yeah,
selling your
fantastic.
patterns. Why not?
Now, I have got some fantastic fabric bundles with the pattern included, okay? So I'm going to start with this one, which I think is the one that Lucy's been working on. Yes, it is. So within this bundle, you are getting so much for 27. I know.
Look at the price.
27.99. I know. So you got your pattern, £9.99, which I've got to say, I think that's a bargain at £9.99. Yeah, because it's not just a pattern, it's all that know-how. So you get that. Then you've got your gorgeous piece of, this is a navy blue PU. This is a navy blue PU, a long quarter of that, okay, which you're going to use for your bag. Then you've got 4 fat eighths. Yeah, 4 fat eighths, so that's the equivalent of half a metre of fabric there. Got lovely Tula pink true colours in there. And, oh, fabulous, another Tula pink. And then you've got 2 fat quarters, okay, again in Tula pink. So all combined to make at least one fabulous bag.
Yes.
But I'm thinking this is quite a lot of fabric. Could I make a little something else?
Out of the vinyl, yeah, absolutely.
I
yeah.
probably could make a phone and things.
Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. And yeah.
To match.
Because you just need one of those feature fabrics there from your tool of that
Yeah.
flap. Let me show you
I'm
this
just
one.
thinking here, right?
I mean-
I think add in the phone and things pattern. If you're buying this bundle, add in your phone and things pattern for an extra £9.99, and then you'll be able to make a matching. Did you have an example there of that?
Yeah,
That was fabulous.
she's a bit tired, the poor girl. But I'm sorry, I'm bringing it over. She is well used now.
Oh, yeah.
The original.
Yeah, this kind of thing. But this in the vinyl, and then little scraps of your Tula. Yeah, fantastic. This is the original model, isn't it? Oh, and there's a zip on the back as well and everything. Fabulous.
Oh yeah, there's 2 flaps in that inside as well, you know.
Oh, I found the 2 flaps, but I didn't find the zip. That's brill. £27.99 for that. Long quarter of PU, 4 fat eighths, 2 fat quarters, and the art of bag design. £27.99. Brilliant, brilliant value. Oh, half the stock gone. Check out your baskets, please. Fabulous. Another fantastic pattern from Lucy. Love to see her on Sewing Street. I started my bag making journey with you. Thank you. That's a lovely message.
Sarah, thank you. Thank you.
Well done, Sarah. Well done. I think that's where a lot of us start, isn't it? It's with an inspirational teacher or a pattern that particularly appeals, and we just make ourselves learn the skills we need.
Yeah.
We find the way.
The
Right,
thing
next-
is, sorry, the thing is with the foam bag is that when you watch me, I make that in 35 minutes.
Wow.
Now, download the pattern today. Imagine how many you might have made by 5 o'clock.
Yeah, absolutely fabulous. Fabulous. Now, talking of fabulous, look at this next bundle. Whoa, love it. That's a bit of me, that is. This has been going very, very fast on pre-order. So you get Lucy in the art of bag design. Then look at these 4 fat eighths. These are Jason Yenter. Digital prints, vibrant, beautiful. You've got your 2 fat quarters. You've got your all over moths and ferns and flowers. You've got your fat quarter of black and white stripe. Oh, for bag making, a stripe. Hello. And then you've got a long quarter of black PU. What a beautiful bag that is going to make. In fact, here is said bag. Now remember, this is Lucy's version. Because you're piecing, because you're choosing where to put the fabrics, yours could look completely different to this. Mixed in a little bit of stash there.
No, that's not. That came in my parcel, so now I'm wondering that could be an error. I never thought it went that well, so just ignore that.
That's all right. That's all right. But yeah, and look at the design impact that these quilting lines have, which absolutely takes the bag to a different level. Gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Lots and lots of you going for this bundle. It is sublime, isn't it? Love that. Wow, well over half the stock gone, the rest of it in baskets. Do be quick. Remember, you'll use this pattern and this guide time and time and time again. If you're ready for a bit of independence, even when you're using someone else's pattern or when you're using other patterns, This is just going to give you a bit more confidence.
It's going to be that thing where you're making something, you think, what did Lucy say I could do there? And then hopefully you'll go and you'll thumb through the pattern, you'll say, oh yeah, I get it now. Yeah, I see what she was saying.
Yeah.
Or if you're looking at your fabrics and thinking, I need this to stand out. What can I do to make it stand out a little bit more?
Yeah.
And then you'll think, was it the border fabric she was talking about? Was it the quilting she was talking about? Is it the background fabric that's the problem? Because we talk about that in the guide as well, how things, different background fabric materials set your main focal fabrics off.
Yes, yes, exactly. It can be just a little tweak that makes all the difference.
Yeah.
My third bundle, soft, delicate, very pretty, gorgeous, soft and gentle. You've got your butterflies, hummingbirds, gorgeous little floral. A larger scale floral there. In the guide, Lucy talks about the 5 fabrics, the 5 fabric system, and about how you can create harmony and sort of pull together a look. These are beautiful. These are your fat quarters. That stripe's gorgeous. Oh, anything with a stripe, I'm there. You've got this gorgeous blush pink PU. That is going to make the most beautiful bag, Lucy.
So feminine, so feminine.
Yeah.
And aside from the 5-star system, 5 fabric system, it also teaches you to have the confidence to change your mind as well.
Ooh. To
not necessarily settle on something at the start. Let it grow with you. So in this instance, don't select necessarily the pink PU until you reach the PU. What we've got here on TV today that I asked for was, if somebody still needs the security of taking their first make away, here's your bundle. This is what Lucy would use.
Yeah.
But if you were at home, you'd use those cottons, and then you'd go to your stash and you'd look at your cork, you'd look at your denim, you'd look at your vinyl, you might look at cord, and I write about how do you now make your selection.
Yeah, because cork would work extremely well with these fabrics.
Yeah.
But if you like a bolder design, you might go for like a jade green PU.
Absolutely.
Or a cotton canvas, mightn't you? Our teal cotton canvas, in fact.
Yeah. So we write in the book, well, how do we make those choices? So we think about occasions. We think about functionality. We talk about, well, if I use this fabric, how am I going to then choose the right product to make it stronger? You know, because all these things give it shape and dimension.
Yes.
And you'll know, Stuart, some fabrics, they don't require extra oomph, but some, it's essential.
Absolutely do.
So I talk about that in the book.
Yeah, fabulous. It's a great guide. Anthony's messaged in with a lovely comment. He says, Lucy is so passionate in what she does. Her teaching is excellent. I would highly recommend any of her patterns.
Thank you, Anthony.
Fabulous. Yeah. Grab yours, Lucy and the Art of Bag Design. It's brand new today. You can get the pattern on its own, physical or digital, but if you want to get a starter kit, and as Lucy said, you might take some fabrics out. You might add some of your own fabrics in. Once you've read the advice, the guidance, the tips, the know-how that Lucy's poured into this design guide, you might look at those fabrics in a whole new way and have the confidence to dive into your stash.
Yeah, absolutely.
Always nice to have somewhere to start, though, isn't it?
We all need a springboard.
Yeah, yeah. I'm going to grab some cork because we're talking about trying out different fabrics, and we've got some amazing bag making fabrics on Sewing Street. This is a wonderful cork fabric. Now, before I ever tried sewing with cork, I thought, good Lord, how on earth do you make cork fabric or sew cork fabric? So easy.
Very, very easy, very stable to work with. I haven't come across a sewing machine that doesn't enjoy working with it.
Right, and it's so easy to sew through. You don't need stabilisers or interfacings. It gives a great result. And this is a lovely kind of medium textured cork with this black and white, almost veining. You're a superstar, Lucy, thank you. Knocked the zip on the floor and Lucy very kindly got it back. This is 1/2 metre. You get a really big piece for 1/2 metre, but it's cut for you. So if you want 1.5 metres, 3 units, if you want to make more or want a bigger piece. So that's our cork fabric, £8.99. It's a lot of fabric for £8.99.
It is.
I've got some more PUs. This is on its own. Our PU is really good, isn't it?
That's beautiful.
This is a fabulous colour.
I fear that might not show like we're seeing it through the camera, but that is beautiful.
It is gorgeous. It's a bottle green, and it has a really beautiful, it is textured. It is a texture you can feel of this gorgeous grained faux leather. Really easy to sew again. Any tips for working with PU, Lucy?
I think I'm just going to talk about more than needles.
Yep.
Use your tools. Use your rotary cutter, sharp blade, new blade, time for a new blade. Use your ruler. We talked about the hints and tips of using rulers earlier on. Mark on the back of the fabric. So if you need to do any cutting or scoring, pop it on there first.
Yep.
I think that's what I'd say, really.
And what needle would you use for sewing PU?
Well, do you know, I hate that question if I was ever asked it, because generally I always just go to my regular needle.
Yeah, like a universal.
I do, absolutely, because majority of the time it copes.
Yeah, I would use
If
universal.
it didn't, then I'd probably maybe think about using a leather needle.
Okay. Okay.
Or a jeans needle.
Yeah.
I think that'd be absolutely
jeans
fine.
needle. It's
Absolutely.
more the thickness, isn't it?
Yeah, to be
a
honest,
90 or 100.
I would be more bothered about having the conversation about making sure you're using your clips.
Yeah.
And making sure you've got your walking foot on your machine.
Yeah. Double-sided
Set
tape
away.
comes into its own as well with PU, doesn't it?
Yeah.
When you're doing things like your zips. Lots of you really loving this brand new colour, this bottle green. It is so smart, isn't it? And the feel, I mean, actually, it does feel like real leather.
And this
you had
fabric,
a feel of this?
No, I
have
haven't.
A little,
but this,
have a little squeeze.
This is where, you know, I was saying just a moment ago that you've got your template, because effectively, when we make this bag, we need 4 of these, don't we? We need 1 for the front, 1 for the back, inside, front and back. You've got your shape, you lay it on, you cut it out, set it aside. Imagine this bag just with this vinyl.
Yeah.
It would be pure class.
Yeah.
Oh, it is
really
nice
would.
and thick.
It is, isn't it? It's gorgeous. It's
I like the
absolutely
pink
gorgeous.
as well. I've got my eye on the pink right now, Stuart.
Now, next up, I've got a new black PU. Now, I just want to show you, this is the one that we're all very familiar with. I've used this many times. It's quite a matte, untextured PU. This is the one in the kit. Okay, we're calling this a vinyl leatherette, but it's a PU, it's a faux leather. But look at that. So you've got that fabulous texture, and it's not just like printed, it is embossed. You can feel that texture. It is nice and thick and sturdy. So if you're going to use this for a handbag, even a simple tote bag is going to look super classy and elegant made in this. Now, Wendy has asked, hi all, quick question. Do you think that the phone bag would make up in pleather, please?
Example over here. I mean, that's polyurethane. The one underneath the William Morris.
Yes.
That's polyurethane. So that's the most vinylish type one I've done. However, hopefully she's listening and put it on the fans page. Kathy has recently made it in a solid PU in cream, and it is delicious.
Yeah, gorgeous.
Absolutely delicious.
Obviously you've got the green one there to feel. In terms of the thickness, is that going to be okay for something on a smaller scale?
I think that what I would do is, I'm going to go with yes. What I would do is I would remove your interfacing products.
For
It
sure.
probably doesn't need it.
Yeah.
And where you've got a flap, an outer and an inner, just use a cotton on your inner.
On the inner.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you need to put any magnetic clasps or cam snaps, just make sure you've got some additional sort of bit of foam or something there just to give that a little bit of strength to pull against.
That is gorgeous, isn't it? Look at the sheen as well. If I just show you there.
It reminds me of the inside of a very posh car.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We're going out in the Rover for lunch.
Rover?
Oh, gorgeous.
Do they make them anymore?
I don't know. I know I'm going back. And then last of all, hello, lover. Look at this.
That's
A
the one.
gorgeous bubblegum pink. That is beautiful, isn't it?
Get in my basket.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it lovely? It is luscious. Such a great colour.
Stuart, lay the taller pink fabrics on top of that.
Yes.
No, the taller pink. That's it. Yeah, lay those. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Oh, these are all new colours, aren't they? I just think they are fabulous. £4.99.5 metre. And look, a full wingspan. That's your width.
It's big.
That's your width. Now, if you're looking at this and thinking, Stuart, there are all creases in it. How on earth do I get the creases out? Easy. Okay, so to start with, you have a fabric backing, okay? So iron from the back, one spot, low setting, gentle heat will take out any creases. If you're working with something like clear vinyl and you've got creases in that, you can equally do this with this. Iron your ironing board with the hot iron. Then put your fabric down onto that nice warm ironing board. And if you've got a clapper, a book, or even just your hands, and smooth it out on that heated surface, and that will be more than enough to get rid of any creases. Love it. Okay. The art of bag making. The art of bag making. Can you tell us more?
Yeah, absolutely.
How would you recommend viewers approach the pattern when they get it home?
Okay.
Is this something to sit and read? Do we dive straight into the bag?
The first words, pretty much at the top left-hand corner, please read it. Just sit and read it. There's so much information, you need to take it in. If you need to make notes, add notes. It's definitely the place to be to do that.
Would you recommend a cup of tea, a cup of coffee?
Whichever is your poison, you choose. I'm not here to judge. But yeah, have a good think about it. You need to have some type of vision as to what would I like to have made by the end of the day. Do I want to have made the big bag, you know, the one with the handles, or do I just want to stick to doing the cosmetic bag? You need to have things like that in your mind. But then when we start talking on page 2, outer front panel, the theory, selecting your fabrics, that's when you can take this up and you can sit in front of your fabrics and start stroking them and pulling different things out and having a little bit of a look. I talk about the 5 fabric system, meaning that one of those fabrics is going to be a dominant fabric. So it's going to be the thing that really pops out that we want everybody to see. And we need to remember in that, when we're thinking about that, is we want people to see it all of the time. So whatever we do, whatever we add in, we're always making sure it's like pointing back. It's kind of doing this, back to, I want you to look at this bit. You know, as you're walking down the street, it's that you're looking at. So in this example, of course, it has to be the rabbit's face, doesn't it? Because it's massive. So we choose that first. Now, on another example, with the blacks, thank you.
Yeah.
I chose, in this instance, the flowers, the larger scale fabrics, because these are all, I'm going to call them quieter. They're a little bit more dormant, if you like. Now, I am going to say, when you look at this bundle, try not to be scared like I was of this stripe. It's very, very strong. But when you choose your border fabric, which I recommend is a geometric fabric, hence we've gone with stripes, remember, you're looking at the tiniest amount. So if you're thinking, gosh, that does look like an awful lot, it's far too much, bring your fabrics out. So if, for example, I'm looking at this lilac here and I'm trying to consider it, don't look at the whole thing. Mm-hmm. Look at the bit that you're interested in.
Yes.
Now what does that look like?
Such a good tip, that.
And it's not so much after all.
Such a good tip.
Now, when you're working with stripes as well, consider which way do you want them to go and why do you want them to go that way. Now, it didn't matter so much on the outside, other than had I changed the direction of the fabric, all you would get is one colour that runs along here. The danger of that is that you're going to get wonky,
Going wonky.
but you'll get.
Sorry, just to shout a random word at you. Wonky.
What's wonky? If I chose white, then it's going to come off somewhere, and then I'm going to get a little flash of black. Now, black against black doesn't matter, but you get the point. Something will go off, and it won't look right. Now, on the inside of the bag, what I personally...
Oh, I like that rainbow zip.
I know, they're great, aren't they?
Gorgeous.
I love rainbow zips.
Oh, look at that lining.
Yes. Now, what I was going to say is, when you're thinking about working with stripes, and you're thinking about its direction, I would always recommend how accurate do you believe you're going to be in making those lines join.
Yeah.
So, for example, had that been on the outside and it was going this way, we need them to join here, else it looks untidy and just not quite right. So in your heart of hearts, if you don't think you're going to get it spot on, don't put yourself there. Make them run this way instead. It makes better sense to me.
I think that's a brilliant point, Lucy.
Just as impactful,
Yep.
just as impactful, but it's just taking away something you really don't need to be troubled with. We've got enough of that going on later on. when we're
You're
doing this.
almost set up to fail, aren't you, if you try and all that pattern matching at the side. Or you can take a much easier route, same fabric, just as impactful, but plan to be successful.
Absolutely, yes. So we've talked about our feature fabric, which I think I call the star fabric in here. So we've got our star, which is our large print that's going to go in the middle. We want to frame it then. So, and we're calling it our border fabric. So that is our geometric shape, something that's strong, it's got a good line to it. So equally, it could be a diamond, for example. You might want that to run around. We want it just to help shape, frame, and help that image jump out at us when we're using it. Then we talk about our fabrics 3, 4, and 5. The ensemble, I've called them, the supporting fabrics, the chorus. So we want to create a bit of interest around the sides here. Now, I have been quite lucky when I was given the taller selection in that they still gave me, I would suggest small prints that just kind of work together, and they work together because of the colour or because it's the same brand, or it could be that they're all flowers, or it could be that they're all just textured. So, for example, the textured linens that we sell on Sewing Street, they would all look lovely. We've been particularly lucky in this taller. You heard me go when I saw the price, because we've got these beautiful animals in there. So fussy cut them. Make sure we cut them, but cut them right. Think about when we're cutting them, if it wants to be 2 inches wide, don't just cut 2 inches wherever. Think about, you've got your 1/4 inch seam allowance, 1/4 inch seam allowance. Make sure we get it in the right place to cut it so that we do see the main part of his face. We do see the main part of his face. Now, in method 1 and method 2 over the page, we talk about piecing these side panels together. So there's different ways you can do it with different numbers of fabric. So it could be that you want them equal width, and therefore you'd use less, obviously, or you can do them different widths. So I talk about that. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. You could have 2 solid pieces of fabric here if you wanted to. This is your guide now.
Oh, yeah,
you can do what you
could.
like.
Yeah.
All that we know, based on the width of the border, is that's got to be our end width. What we do with that information is up to us. So again, in this kit, because we've been spoilt, it might have been, well, actually, what I'd like to do is take all of the owl, all of the squirrel, and put those in there. That's up to you, okay? I give you another method as well, which is on this one, albeit it's the wrong fabric in it, so apologies for that.
Would you want it on here as well? Because that's gorgeous.
It is pretty, isn't it?
Love it.
So we've got a template in here, just moving on slightly here, and we talk about a grain line. I explained to you how, again, to piece these fabrics all together as one long strip, but then I show you how if you take a template and cut through them, and you'll note I've not gone straight because, again, we're trying to create visual interest. You lay the template, you open them apart from one another, and then we're inserting. But again, the pattern is slowed down to explain how to get the piece of interest out. because it's not just as easy as thinking, I'm just going to have this little bit. You need to learn how to hover and move, and again, think about your seam allowances. What am I going to lose when I put these bits together? Okay, let me just return to my book.
Lucy, your brand new instructions are proving incredibly popular. Remember, you get them in the bundle. If you're buying any of the bundles, you'll get the pattern, but on their own. Amazing value too, because you're getting that full bag pattern and you're getting the sort of the theory of what's behind this element of the design, the outer fabric. That's explained. You pick your fabrics. What comes next? There's the theory and then the practice. So you really are sort of working through a real life example, but teaching skills that you can apply to any pattern.
Absolutely.
And I would say actually beyond bag making, you can apply a lot of what you're talking about to quilt making, to dress making. It's building that confidence, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah.
Grab it. Grab a copy, either digital or physical, whatever suits you. What a great addition to your library at home. And Lucy, a great addition to your library of patterns.
Thank you. Thank
Really
you.
great
I'm sorry because I've not actually
done.
sewn anything yet, but I just really want to talk through what you're getting from this,
Yeah,
really, if
sure.
that's okay. I talked about the size of your bag. So again, I have given you some measurements in here. So if you want to make it verbatim like this, you can. But in this one, for example, that I'm working on at the minute, I talk about the size and functional relationships that we're creating in our bag. What do I want it to be? Again, what do I want it to look like at the end? So I talk about, well, what happens when we let it stay 2D? What does 2D even mean? Let's not assume anymore. So on this one, I've made it even bigger, but I talk about remembering that when we're cutting these panels out, we're going to lose a lot of our space, theoretically in height, because we want to make it deeper. But depth will give us more space to stuff the bigger stuff. So I talk about that in the bag.
Sizing in bags is a difficult one though, isn't it? Because little changes can make big differences.
Sometimes when we're boxing corners, I find even 1/4 millimetre.
Really?
No, not 1/4 millimetre, 1/4 inch will make a big difference. So you really do have to suck it and see sometimes, definitely.
For sure. If in doubt, toile it, even a bag.
Yeah.
A little mock-up.
Yeah. So I go on to talk about the durability and the construction. So I mentioned earlier on about what interfacing products do we use and why, and do we actually need them? And then, like I say, we've made this front panel here now. So now, you know, I said about not making all your choices in one go. Now let's make our choice. Because believe you me, when I made this, I thought I knew what it was going to sit on, and it didn't. So you'll see in the pattern, I took that panel and then I laid it on denim. And I talk about, well, what will denim do? I talked about oilcloth.
Oh,
what will
really
that do?
cool. I hadn't spotted that. Let me have a closer look.
I put it onto vinyls. What happens when I put it onto vinyls?
Oh, yeah.
And then finally, cork. And I put in here, cork, popular for summer bags, small projects, children's items.
Yeah.
Don't be intimidated. It's flexible, sews easily and looks great and can be sourced easily and affordably.
Oh, it's fab.
Since it's thin like lightweight denim, you may need to add interfacing for extra structure. So you see, and that's how you make your choice. And if in doubt, lay it on, take a photo, look through the lens. You get a much clearer representation, if you like.
You really have poured a lot into this pattern, haven't you? It's a brilliant, I mean, a bargain price. Because, Lucy, you could so easily have brought this bag pattern for $9.99.
This is how you make it.
This is how you make it. One version, great. But what you've done is given us the tools to make informed choices at every single step along the way and to feel more confident, not just in this bag, but in every bag.
Yep.
Very well done.
You're
very well
welcome.
done.
You're very welcome.
It's proving really popular. Have you got yours? Are you a digital or are you a physical kind of person? Do you like a physical or a digital pattern, Lucy? What's your preference?
I'm not fussy, but probably digital.
Really?
Yeah.
Like a
Yeah,
digital?
absolutely, yeah.
On a Kindle or a laptop?
I'm
or...
running out of space.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, you don't have to store them, do you?
Would you like me to carry on talking about this, or would you like to start making?
Hannah, do we want sewing now, or are we happy to carry on talking? Yeah,
we can carry on talking.
It's all good educational stuff.
Okay, cool. So I've made my choices now and I chose my red vinyl compared to the pale blue that I thought I was going to choose, which, flicking back, was this one. That's what I thought I was using. Can you see why I didn't choose it in the end?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it kind of takes the energy away.
It does, and I lost the border fabric.
Yes, true enough, yeah.
So there we go. Anyway, so we've done that now, and now I've been able to get my my lining ready because, again, like I say, we've got a template now to create the lining with. And obviously we go on to add our zip later on. But I talk about those quilting lines again. So you'll see in picture 22, I pulled out choices. And before choosing the thread you're going to, don't just look at it on your shelf and think that's the one I want. I pulled them out. And I don't know if you can see through the camera at all, but there's 3 threads. And I'm looking for the one that stands out, in a nice way. And it's not necessarily to do with the weight of the thread, it's just to do with the vibrancy and the colour and what does it offer. And you'll see I chose the middle one, it's more of an orangey coral colour, and that's what I selected in here. So then I go on to talk about how to quilt and do all that preparation. And again, there's lots of guidance out there. A lot of people might just want to do vertical lines, and there's nothing wrong with that. Horizontal, now what did I say about horizontal lines?
Oh, is this like a test?
Yeah. What's going to happen if I choose horizontal lines, Stuart?
Make you look fat.
What am I setting myself up for?
Failure.
Failure.
Because they have to join up at the sides on the front and the back, and that's hard.
Yes, because we've already had to focus on concentrating on joining up down here. And that's enough hard work for the day, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah? So, nice long stitch length. Think about how you want your lines. A go-to one at the minute that everybody's doing, for sure, is definitely the cross hatch, isn't it? Very easy to achieve. All we do is we get our straight panel already here.
Oh, Janine, bless you. So, Stuart, I just want to say what a joy you are. I've been off work feeling unwell, and you were the medication I needed. Thank you. Bless your heart, Janine. I'm glad you're feeling better, but shh, don't tell work. You need the rest of the day off.
Right. So, when you've got your panel ready, grab your ruler again. We talked about this earlier. Use these lines. They're so useful. And there's plenty in here we sometimes don't use. So we've got our 60 degrees. We've got our 45 degrees. What else have we got on here? 45, 60. Oh, no, that's it. But all you need to do to choose your line is choose one of them. So if I take my 60 degree line, which is here, and lay it against a straight edge, theoretically, that's where our line's going to go. But what happens if I put it there, Stuart? What ugly is happening?
What ugly?
Yeah, what ugly is happening? I'm going to sew through his eyes.
Oh, you see, I wouldn't mind that.
Oh, no, I don't want to do that.
Wouldn't you?
No.
Okay.
I talk about in here how to make sure we avoid things like that. And it is about just looking ahead. So don't just automatically go into auto mode, I suppose.
Yeah.
Draw a line and go with it.
Yeah.
I like to move it because we can still use that 60 degree. All I have to do is bring it down. And then all of a sudden what's happened is I'm framing his face. And I'm adding something.
Yeah.
And that's what I've done.
I did notice that. That really is a gorgeous frame around the lion. Yes.
Yeah. So here, although it's much deeper because of the angles that I've chosen, it's framing. So we can use it to frame, we can use it to enhance. If you want to go through his eyes and give him a bad headache, then feel free. But you've got your first line in, you can draw it in with your friction pen. So let's just quickly do that.
Oh, I feel terrible now, Lucy.
Well, you should, really. Obviously, you'll want a different pen on.
I just sew through its face and give it a headache.
No. So, when you've got your first line in, you then just need to decide how far apart do you want it.
What do you do with on vinyl, though, Lucy? Like, can you still draw on?
Well, I have drawn on it, and it's stayed.
Can you see it? And all
I
right.
can see it.
Fair enough.
I haven't checked whether it's going to come out though, so maybe do a little spot check first.
We had a good tip
But,
earlier on. Hairdryer.
Yeah.
If it's something you can't,
Yeah.
hairdryer.
Yeah. Okay, so all I would do now, I've jumped on a little bit in my talking, but I would just jump ahead
There it is.
rather than making a
It's a hairdryer.
Ah.
Well done. Yes, exactly.
Rather than making a pre-choice of how far apart I want my lines to be, instead I would follow the line until I've gone past it. and that is 1, 2, 3.5 inches. Draw it again. So that would be my next line. And then if I want them to be incremental lines, then I will work out 1 inch outwards, 1.5, 2, whatever you want.
Yeah.
You don't even have to. You can do as I've done on this and do twin lines instead, which looks really, really nice.
I love that. It
So-
looks so classy, doesn't it?
So the question then is, well, how do I mirror it? Because now we need it to be right. And I get a bit confused with my rulers, and I'm the first one to admit it. So what I do is, if I can't use my ruler because my brain won't flip everything, transpose, isn't it? What I do instead is, look, it finishes just above here, about 1 centimetre above. I'll mark there instead, and I'll measure where it ends over here. Just giving you a little top tip, really. So that's what, 1/2 inch. So I'll measure over here about 1/2 inch. And I'll just, where's that top one gone? Oh, up there. Look, I'm trying to say. If I had a longer rule, it would be better, but this is totally fine for now. So look, I've gone in like that. That'll do. Just get it in a bit harder there. And then I'll just take that same measurement up here. So it was 3.5 inches or something, wasn't it? Something like that. 1, 2, 3. I get a bit comfortable with my own rulers. So when I use other people's,
I know
I'm
exactly
always
what
the
you mean.
same. It's like not wearing your own slippers, isn't it?
Yeah.
But there we go. I don't know how well the camera can see this. I think it'd be helpful if we could zoom in, perhaps.
Oh.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So you'll see now that we are beautifully framing his face.
Yes.
You see?
Yes, absolutely.
And then work outwards. Don't have a preset idea. This is what we're talking about. Don't have a preset idea. Flow with it instead.
Yeah, sort of respond to the fabric, to the project as you're making it.
And it'll tell you what to do. So that's what I would do there. Okay, now when it's flat, this is the part as well, if you want to turn it into more of a handbag, that's where you're going to pop in your little tabs.
Yeah.
Losing my words. Pop in your tabs there, and then you can pretty much set it aside till the end. And then it's all about getting that zip in. We use the butler method, which you're probably familiar with. It's a really nice way of getting a zip in. And what the benefits of the butler, meaning we don't have a tab on this end, the benefit of the butler method is, for a start, we can go over the bag, like so, and you can make that as long as you like, if you want to. Butler method allows you to open it wider. As soon as you put a tab onto the end, it becomes slightly more restricted. So again, if you wanted this to be a laptop bag, which is probably hard to visualise right now, but all you have to do to turn it into a laptop bag, a little bit less off the corners, make it a bit taller, butler method, and it will slip in through the top.
What a great idea.
Easy, isn't it?
That would be a gorgeous tablet cover.
You just got to stop thinking of it as being a cosmetic bag or a handbag. It's just a bag working with a guide.
Yeah, what do you need this bag to be?
And then it can be whatever you want it to be. Easy.
Well, there aren't many patterns out there that empower you, consciously empower you to become your own designer and use your own motivation, skills and vision to create a bag that's uniquely yours. But Lucy's done it with her Lucy and the Art of Bag Design. It's been a very, very popular pattern this morning. Hundreds of you have bought it. Remember, the bundles have a pattern included, but if you want a pattern on its own, or you need one, you're buying yourself a bundle, but a friend needs to get one, grab it for them. Fran from Greater London said this hour is going to be recorded. Butler method. Yes.
Butler
Exactly. Look it up.
method. Do you know, it
And
makes,
get the pattern.
because I have got newbies at the minute, the things that we take for granted that we use in our speech, and I run a big chat group for my business, and if we talk about anything, I'm thinking about Kirsty, because the other day I was talking about hams, and she'll just put on, hams, question mark. And you do, don't you? You don't think that, you know, it's just in our language.
We get
now,
used
isn't
to
it?
the jargon.
We do indeed.
Get used to the jargon. If you want a digital version of the pattern, by the way, you can do that too. And then that's something that you can download right away and be using this afternoon.
Right, have I got enough time to quickly put a bit of a front together?
I think you absolutely do. We are going to actually run over into the next hour, Lucy,
Fab.
just for 5 minutes, if
Perfect,
that's okay
yeah,
with
yeah.
you.
It'd be nice to get the front done. I'm not going to do the cutting across example today. I'm just going to show you how I put this together because it is so darn cute.
It is, it's lovely. I
And
will
we've
have
got
to
a
recap the
different
bundles
rabbit.
as you go, though, so there'll be a little bit of back and forth.
No problem at all. So I do recommend, obviously, that when you've made your choices regarding the 5 fabric theory, that you lay them out and have a little look now and start moving things around. So you might want to sort of change these around or whatever.
Lovely. So to let you know, the bundle that Lucy's using is oversubscribed, okay? At the moment, we've got enough for some of you to check out your baskets, but not every one of you, I'm afraid. Remember, you're getting 4 fat 8s. You're getting 2 fat quarters. And this fat quarter, for example, I mean, on Lucy's bag, she's fussy cut a little bit of one of the rabbits, but look how much fabric you're getting. So it could be this that you're fussy cutting, as Lucy has in one, but in her second example, she's used this. So you're getting lots and lots of options. It might even be the floral that you want. So you've got that.
And then you're going to take another rabbit and put it on the front of your phone bag.
Exactly, exactly. Yeah, definitely make sure you get the pattern for the phone and things as well, because any of your leftover bits and bobs, including your PU, you can use to make your phone and things bag, and you get your pattern. Yeah, yeah, absolutely gorgeous. Very, very oversubscribed now, though. Very, very oversubscribed. Aren't they cool? Can you see the squirrel? There's the tail. There's the face.
Sometimes you have to really look, and when you see it, you're like, oh my God, that's amazing. And
Yeah.
whoever knew that moths would be beautiful?
Interesting.
Who?
Isn't it? Yeah,
Yeah.
I know Tula really has made things with, like snails and slugs
Yeah,
and insects.
absolutely.
So
Raccoons.
beautiful. Gorgeous bundle out, but so oversubscribed. Well done, actually. In those couple of minutes, lots of you have checked out your baskets now, which is good for you. Bad news if you've still got it in your basket. There are fewer chances left. The second bundle I want to mention is the one that's got black PU, and then it's got the 4 Jason Yenter fat 8s, the 2 fat quarters, one's Jason Yenter, one's that gorgeous black and white stripe. I think the lining that Lucy's done on that bag is absolutely gorgeous. So impactful, a real designer touch. This is the difference, isn't it? When you've got that bit of know-how, low single figures though, low single figures. Plus, of course, you do get Lucy and the art of bag design included. Oh, excuse me. Then, last bundle, a very pretty, soft, feminine selection, which really does, I think, help to exemplify the fact that when you make your own, you can make it you. So if you love pretty, soft, delicate, feminine things, you can make them. It doesn't matter whether the shops have got them in or not. You can make your own beautiful, soft, blush pink PU. I think it's divine.
But then buy half a metre of that pink and make another, please.
Yeah, absolutely.
Honestly, lay those fabrics on that pink and it's just absolutely knockout. It's so worth it for $4.99 though, isn't it? Yeah. Because PU, I'm sorry to interrupt, but PU, I get asked all the time, where can I get good stuff from? Where are you going to recommend? And there's not, well, I only know one place other than here where I would recommend. So it says something about it, doesn't it?
Yeah, we do have an amazing selection of dressmaking, bag making, quilt making fabrics here. We really do. It's a fantastic choice.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Just want to mention hardware bundles. We've got a silver and a gold version, and these are to make, if you want to make the bag up as a shoulder bag. So you've got a couple of swivel clips, you've got 2 strap sliders, and you've got 4 D-rings. So actually, a little bit more metalware than you need. For the bag, you need 1 strap slider, 2 swivel clips, and 2 D-rings. So you are going to have a couple of D-rings and a strap slider left over. $5.99 for the silver, or you can go for the gold, which we've called bronze, but it isn't, it's gold. So again, oh gosh, ignore that picture. You get 2 strap sliders. That's overkill, isn't it, Lucy?
What's that? Oh, yeah.
This is what you get. Four of the D-rings, 2 of the swivel clasps, and 2 of the strap sliders. Not a gazillion for $5.99. That's a great price bundle, though, for all the metalware, isn't it?
Yep.
Okay. Very, very quickly, I'm just going to mention the zip on a roll because this is great value and great chance to stock up. We've got black, we've got grey, we've got cream, and you're getting 5 meters of number 5 zip. Okay, we'll show you the black first. 5 meters of number 5 zip, 10 strap slider, 10 zip pulls included as well. And I would recommend, if you're getting this and you haven't already got one, get yourself a zip jig at the same time. Makes putting the zip pulls on really, really easy. But that's phenomenal value, $12.49 for 5 meters of zip and 10 zip pulls. And any number 5 zip pull will fit that zip, so if you've got others, fine. Cream next. So again, you've got your cream zip. Now this is brilliant as well if you do home decor. Big cushions that you want to do removable covers for, or maybe a bag with a really long zip. Maybe you want to make the butterfly quilt, Lucy's butterfly quilt, into a big floor cushion and you want it to be removable. Nice big, you're going to need almost a meter long zip. Well, that's 20% of your zip on a roll. That's all. 1/5 of it. We'll do it. Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That's your cream. And then we've also got the grey. So we've got the good neutrals covered. There's the grey. Right, Lucy, back to you.
Okay, so what I wanted to do is I've just been holding back just a little bit there. I have sewn together those end blocks, okay. Now, if I was to piece them directly on now, it's going to be far too wide. It needs to be the width of this border piece, okay. But I do it that way to give you the opportunity, once again, to start fussy cutting and thinking. Now, I am just going to say, with a caveat, my sewing is absolutely horrific over here, but just ignore it, okay. What I do is I look at it, I can centralise this piece to the border here, and then luck would have it that this is actually in the right spot, but this one was not. This one was almost swinging too far right. So I had to cut some of the left down to bring it in where I wanted it. But this one, if I wanted that to be even closer, I would cut that edge off. But we're not. We're ready to sew this in here. So I'm just going to offer it up. Like I say, my sewing has not been accurate at all, but that's okay. And I say it's okay because if I was slightly above or below by a few millimetres, because we're not effectively working with measurements, it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
Because at the minute, that needs adding on to the top. But if I wanted to just take a slither off the top, I can do. It's fine. So I'm just going to press it and set it to one side. If I was at home, I would have unpicked that and done it again, but it really doesn't matter. You can see it's a bit all over the place like a wonky donkey right now, but that's fine. It doesn't matter. But I will just straighten it up this way instead, just quickly, just so it is a bit more pleasing on your eye. And then all we need to do, like I say, is make sure it's equal here. So all I need to do is fold this in half until these strips just meet at that first line. And then I'll spin her around. I know what measurement I want. So I want 5 and half, 5 1/4. I think that's it. Like I say, I'm not familiar with other rulers, but I'm sure this is right. Chop off the ends and hopefully,
hopefully,
like a magician, it fits. There we go. And then we go ahead and we attach our top and our bottom bindings. Now, when these are attached, what we would then do, because this is cotton, and because we would have made our choices next about which is going to be our fabrics above and below, I know that the fabric weight of this is not equal to that of the vinyl. The vinyl is thicker, so I've got to do something about it. So what we have here is a piece of our H640 that will get fused to the back of this. That is now bringing it roughly to the same depth of this. And then as a whole piece, we're then going to add a piece of H640 to the entire
so you've
back
got a
of it.
doubled up layer.
Yeah, because this bit is just bringing it to the same depth as your vinyl, and then the whole piece is just to do the structural part of the job that we need it to do. And then we're ready to go ahead and start our quilting.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Lucy. Brilliant, brilliant talk around that bag. Right, 2 patterns to recap before we go to a break. We're going to start off with Lucy and the Art of Bag Design. It's been very, very popular. Hundreds of you have gone for it. It is the brand new pattern, but not just a pattern, an empowering guide to making everyone feel more confident about their choices in bag making, illustrated throughout with this new bag pattern that you can sort of cut your teeth on and use the methods to feel more confident. So that's the brand new pattern. Physical pattern details are on screen. There is a digital version available if you want. Have a look on the website. It's easy. That'll just go through to your Sewing Street account. Now, the second pattern I want to mention is a restock, but we've been waiting for this one. It is the Phone and Things. We've got a zippered pocket on the back. We've got a front flap with space for our phone. We've got a second flap with space for other things and a slip pocket inside there. So really useful, take it everywhere, travel, shopping, work, on the train, on the bus. Probably takes, what, about a fat quarter in total to make that for the outer?
Yes, yes.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. About 100 of you have gone for this today. Well done if you've got yours, wonderful. Right, Lucy, thank you so much for bringing 2 brand new patterns today and for imparting such a lot of knowledge, such a lot of experience.
Thank you, and it's nice to know that it's welcome because, you know, I felt like I was gambling on myself this time, thinking, do you really want this?
It's gone down very well.
So hopefully you've got something out of it.
Yeah, wonderful. We love it. Thank you, Lucy. Right, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, grab yourself a bargain. It's fabric bundles under £10. And actually, a lot of them well under £10. And the Brother side cutter foot is back in stock. I will be showing you how it works. It's brill. See you after this.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy, just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Now, normally when you sew two pieces of fabric together, you sew them together, right sides together, and open the fabric up. We, however, are doing a French seam, which means that all of the raw edges are encased within the seam. So, we don't do it the normal way, this is how we do it. So, instead of sewing your fabrics right sides together, you sew them wrong sides together within the seam allowance. Then what you do is you then take the whole seam, you would press it and you will turn it round. So you now sew along the seam, but having the right sides together. So what you've done is you've encased your raw edges in here. You've created your normal seam from the right side, but on the wrong side, all of your raw edges are all encased within the French seam. A lot of people are terrified by French seams. You don't need to be at all. They're really haute couture and they turn your garment from being homemade to made with love.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 PM to 9 PM, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street.
Did you know that we have 4 brands within our Gemporia craft family, including Gem Collector? So who are Gem Collector?
It's where the world of gemstone collecting comes to life. Whether you're just starting out or you're already passionate about this rewarding hobby, we're here to inspire and guide you.
Our channel offers an incredible variety of gemstones from around the globe. From timeless classics like rubies and emeralds to rare and exotic gemstones, there's always something to spark your interest.
More than just a showcase, we aim to educate you by providing so much more insight into each gemstone's origin, history, and unique characteristics, making it easy to grow your knowledge and appreciation for this extraordinary hobby.
Gem Collector helps you build your collection and connect with a vibrant community of gemstone enthusiasts.
Go over to our website or download the Gemporia app to discover how rewarding gemstone collecting can be here with us at Gem Collector.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
Hi there, welcome back. It's our final 40 minutes of Sewing Street. And I just want to mention right at the start, although this hour is fabric bundles under £10, we have very excitingly got the Brother side cutter foot back in stock. It actually came into the building at 9 o'clock this morning and we all jumped on it and said, yes, we need that. So lots of you have already checked out your baskets. I'm going to show you how to use it, how brilliant it is. But effectively with your Brother sewing machine, whether you've got the FS250 or the MV1100 or any Brother machine, you can effectively do the job of an overlocker. This is going to cut the fabric and your sewing machine is going to over edge stitch and it gives the most beautiful finish. So stick around, I will show you that. But if you want to grab hold of yours, what stock have we got, Hannah? Okay, I've got a limited stock. You've already been checking out on it. So if you want to get hold of your Brother side cutter foot, remember these will only fit Brother machines. I'm sorry, but Elna, Janome, Benina, they do not make side cutter feet. Brother are the only sewing machine manufacturer that do. So if you want yours for your Brother machine, grab it now. Okay, right, I'll show you that later. Now, I have got 3 beautiful bundles using French General Sacré Bleu, mixed with a solid, okay? I'll show you. This is kind of last of stock, so it's a really nice opportunity. So these are the 3 that we've got together. So we've got this beautiful one with roses and birds with a nude. We've got this fabulous, almost sort of Jacobean floral with a white solid. And then we've got this beautiful tan all over print, and that is mixed with, now is that latte? I'll let you know. but it is different to this one. I just want to show you it's a different colour. So I'm thinking if you buy all 3 bundles, you have got the makings of a quilt. You've got some neutrals, you've got some patterns, maybe mix in a little bit of your stash, or maybe mix 2 of them together. Right, let's go through them individually. I'm going to start with this one right here. So you're getting 1/2 metre of brand new French General Sacré Bleu. It is a gorgeous print. Wow, now this should be £12.98 because you're getting your 1/2 metre. You're also getting your 1/2 metre of nude. What a beautiful bag that would make. What beautiful cushions. You could make a couple of cushions out of this for £9.99. I mean, that is absolutely incredible value. I would do, if I was doing a cushion, I would do probably 12.5 inch square of this, then a 1.5 inch border of the nude, which brings it up to 14.5 inches, and then another 2.5 inch border of the Sacré Bleu around the outside, which would bring it up to 18 inches square, and you have this lovely framed centre with that nude around the outside. Envelope back, quilted, job done. Job done. Gorgeous, isn't it? And you could even use these lines printed for your quilting. So you see, follow with a walking foot, follow this quilting line, follow this quilting line. What a beautiful effect that would have. £9.99, can you believe that? Should be £12.98. That is a really, really good saving, isn't it? Under £10 for Sacré Bleu, 1/2 metre and 1/2 metre of nude. Now, it's selling out fast. All of these bundles are going to go very, very quickly. So if you want to grab yours, pop it in your basket and check straight out, won't you? So that's our first Sacré Bleu. Our second, I'm going to go for a real contrast here and pick the cream, the tan. So this is just gorgeous. Again, if you like that sort of low volume, so nice, soft, subtle. This is just gorgeous, isn't it? Would also go very nicely into your stash. You're saving over 20% of the price here because you've got your 1/2 metre of Sacré Bleu. Now this should be, is it £8.99 a 1/2 metre? £8.99 a 1/2 metre. So for £1, you're getting a 1/2 metre of, this is beige. This is our beige cotton solid, 44 inches wide, 100% cotton, beautiful quality. This is the kind of thing I use all the time. I think that's a gorgeous combination in itself. You could make some brand new scatter cushions out of these 3 bundles, couldn't you? Be lovely. Remember, if you buy 2 bundles, you're saving nearly £6 for these. Right, third French General selection. And I suspect as well, am I right, Hannah, that this is the only way to get hold of this French General now? Because basically it's sold out. It's last of. So you've got your 1/2 metre of this beautiful sort of almost Jacobean floral, and then you've got 1/2 metre of white solid. Really, really gorgeous. And if you just wanted like a little pop, maybe a little folded flange or something like that, let me just, you know, this kind of thing, just that little bit of contrast. And you could do your cushion like this as well. It just have a really thin border going around a centre square. Last few chances. Last few chances. They're very, very popular. What a lovely way to end the morning with some brilliant, brilliant bargains. Now then, let's go K Facet next. These are house leeks. I've got some of these growing in my house, actually. So you've got your focus fabric. Yeah, I mean, many places you would pay £9.99 for 1/2 metre of K Facet fabric. You've then got 1/2 metre of magenta. What a fantastic match. That is gorgeous. That is gorgeous. Absolutely fantastic. No, imagine something like a gorgeous, like a bolster. Yeah, wherever you cut this fabric, it's going to look amazing. And if you want a big contrast band, or whether you just want, binding, it could just be a binding round the edge of a quilted cushion. Yeah, very, very versatile. Single figures left on that, £9.99. The value is incredible. It's incredible. Right, I've got some Kaffe William Morris. Yeah, got that here, I think. Yeah. Here we go. Oh, this is yummy. So, here, this is that combination of Kaffe Fassett combined with William Morris. If only they had met. And look, there you go. You've got Baltic. This is our Baltic solid, and that works beautifully. Already, I've got fewer than 20 left of this bundle. It's been really popular. And it's a really dramatic print, isn't it, this one? But done in very soft, subtle colours. So actually, the overall effect is still quite calm, quite cool. Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it? It almost looks like it's been Indian block printed. The Baltic colour against that really works, doesn't it? It's gorgeous. Yeah, very nicely put together. Lots and lots in baskets. Do check out, won't you? I don't think things will stay in baskets for very long, I'm afraid. This is a fast and furious hour because they're such great bargains. Okay, let's move on. Here we go. Next one. Yeah. Here we go. So again, William Morris meets Kaffe Fassett. Here's your focus fabric. Beautiful. I mean, I actually think these recolorings are really successful. Really successful. And we've teamed that with fuchsia. Isn't that pretty? That is very, very pretty. And again, it doesn't matter if you use a lot or you use just a little. Yeah, it's just that little bit of contrast that really lifts the whole thing. Now, £9.99, amazing price. You're barely paying for your solid there. It's about £1, isn't it, for the solid, basically. Yeah, fantastic deal. You are? Okay. A little bit of hajime. Okay, I'm going to have a look. Yes, I found it. Oh, yeah, pretty. I like that combination. I like that combination very much, yeah. So you've got a little bit of hajime. Got a little bit of hajime. And then, and actually these are clouds, and then we've put this with cloud, haven't we? Isn't that cloud? Oh, is this chambray? That's pretty. That's pretty. And again, a great deal. £9.99 for ½ metre. Remember, these are last chances to get some of these fabrics. Last of stock. So grab yourself a bargain. Oh, we've got Tilda. Lovely. Yes. So this is a really classy combination. We've got some Sunday brunch. That's that gorgeous bubblegum pink with the yellow and creamy roses, and we've teamed that with vanilla. Oh no, it's cream. Cream. The side cutter foot is, I'm going to demo it very, very shortly, but lots of these bundles, that was a little bit of an add-in. If you want to see it demoed before, look, Susan says, got my side cutter foot when you first brought it to Sewing Street. I absolutely love it and it's so easy to use. Thank you, Stuart. You're very welcome, Susan. I was just going to say, if you want to see it in use and you're not interested in the bundles of fabric, have a quick look. There's YouTube videos on how it works. Have a quick look at that. I would just secure your side cutter foot before they sell out. I will demo it before the end of the morning, but it might not be for 10 or 15 minutes. So if that's what you're waiting for, I would have a little look on YouTube and then grab your side cutter foot. They are brilliant. They're very, very easy to use, very easy to install as well. Right, there's your Tilda. I think that's gorgeous. Literally down to our last 12. Just got 12 of those bundles left. Don't often get Tilda in fabrics under £10, do we? Right, next up, absolutely gorgeous. This one is from Creating Memories. So this is that beautiful sort of tealy blue. It's really gorgeous. And we've popped that with a solid white. I mean, this is always going to be useful in our stash, isn't it? Having a ½ metre of white fabric, but equally, this is just gorgeous. Now, I would actually I was talking earlier on about teaming the Tilda with the French General Chambrays, and I just want to show you how beautifully these fabrics would go. Now, personally, I'm just going to swap that out for a cream because I think that would go a little bit more. But can you see how that would go so beautifully together? Or maybe this one where we're just mixing a floral or a patterned with a gingham. It's a really, really classic combination, and they would just work absolutely beautifully. You can see they're even just with a bit of cream mixed in with the ginghams. It's fabulous. Last chance on that gingham, by the way. You are saving just shy of £18 on the gingham bundle. It's brand new from French General and the guys at French General. Brilliant. Absolutely cool. Great. Right, that's that bundle. Okay, next up, I've got some Jason Yenter. Is that this one? Oh, that's really fun. Wow, look at that. Yeah, gorgeous. I'm thinking lunch bags for the kids to take their lunch to school. Yeah? Salmon and cucumber sandwiches, bit of tuna mayo. You love a cucumber sandwich? It wouldn't bother me if I never ate bread ever again. I know, I'm weird. I'm weird. It wouldn't bother me if I couldn't eat bread ever again. But rice, couldn't give up rice. I was just going to say, what's your favourite sandwich, Hannah? Grated cheese? It's got to be grated to aerate it. All right. I think we all know that Hannah has got very unique tastes. It does taste different. Actually, I'll tell you what's really nice with cheese. If you mix it with some finely grated carrot and some mayonnaise, and it just gives a gorgeous kind of sweet and nuttiness to it. Very nice. Get all your cookery tips here. Right, next up. That one's gone, hasn't it? A barley batik, yes, with our blender. Now, this is a lovely, lovely combination. Bit of a bargain as well at £9.99. Look at those together. Fantastic. Here's that genuine barley batik. Fabulous quality. And then you've also got this beautiful teal blender. It's got that gorgeous kind of cloudy print on it. That is fab. Low figures on that though. If you want that one, be quick. Be quick. All right. I've got another Tilda. I have. This is also creating memories. So, this is such a vibrant, beautiful colour. That is luscious. This is from the Easter, Spring and Easter Pastels part of the range. And we have mixed that with, now is that vanilla? That's vanilla, isn't it? Yeah. Which really perfectly picks out this little touch here. Gorgeous. That is lovely. And then I've got some Tula. So this is from Untamed. And you've got that fabulous floral on a houndstooth check background. And then that's been teamed with this beautiful, now is that mint? Ah, it's a very good match though. That works really well. We're just getting the graphics up for that. Yes. Ice cream, yeah. Ice cream, yes please. My favourite ice cream, actually, I'm more than happy with just vanilla. It's fine, a proper homemade, yeah. My one kitchen indulgence was a proper plug-in, fully refrigerates itself ice cream maker, yes. And I use it all the time. And I also do like sort of slush drinks. So I do frozen lemonade, frozen margaritas, limeade, things like that. Gorgeous. And ice creams and sorbets. And frozen yogurt, actually. Frozen yogurt's my favourite because I love the kind of sharpness of it. Right, that's that. And then the last bundle that I've got is this one right here, which is a Tula mixed with a grape. That's lovely. I like that. That's a very smart combo. Low single figures on that, actually. Low single figures. Right, I'm going to move those to one side. And I'm going to grab a side cutter foot. Right, lots and lots of the side cutters have already gone. Right, first things first, you're going to need to take the ankle off your sewing machine. So I'll show you how to do that. So first of all, personally, I like to switch the machine off. And then all I'm going to do is the little screw at the side, I'm going to take out. So really, it's the same procedure as if you were taking off the ankle to put your walking foot on, yeah. So that's the ankle, and then that's your foot on the bottom, yeah. Right, okay, so. Oh, do you know I do this every time? You don't have to take the ankle off, Stuart, at all. You just take the foot off. Honestly, were you shouting at the screen at home? The guys here weren't because they believe in me. Fools that they are. Right, let's just take the foot off. Let's just take the foot off. Right, okay. I have such confidence in myself. When Charlie and I are out and about, I have no idea where I'm going, but I walk with so much confidence, you'd swear I was brought up wherever we go. I'm just clipping this on. I haven't got my glasses with me. There we go. So that's just clipped on. So it just clips on in the normal way, but you have got this sort of tuning fork affair here, which, can you see how that sits over the needle clamp? just like a walking foot would. All right? Okay, so I'm going to turn my sewing machine on now. And what I need to do is choose one of my overedge stitches, okay? So like my overcasting. And you've got ones on your Brother FS250, most Brothers, for stretch, for wovens, so, you know, but I'm going to pick stitch number 8, which is just a good general purpose overedge stitching. Right, I've got 2 fabrics here, and I'm going to just sew them together, but I'm going to effectively overlock them at the same time. Okay, now this is a crinkle cut edge, but it doesn't matter because the edge is actually going to be cut off. Now when you put your fabric in, what you need to do, can you see there's a metal plate here? Well, your fabric needs to sit on top of that metal plate, not under it. Okay, so it's going to sit on top of the metal plate, but then can you see this little bit here? It goes under that. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the foot down and then I'm going to turn this around so you can see. So can you see we've got this little bit that sticks up and there's a little gap. So that's where the fabric goes under. Like that. Like that. Okay, I think that's clear. I think that's clear. Okay, so anything that's sitting on the plate is going to get cut off. Get my foot. Now, I always, when I'm doing anything other than a straight stitch, I always like to hand crank the machine through the first few rotations of the stitch, just to make sure that everything sits right. And then I'm going to start sewing. Now what you'll see is that this edge that's on the metal plate is being cut away. And as it's being cut away, straight after, the overedge stitch is effectively overlocking the edge. I'm going to take this out. Oops, sorry. There we go. Let me take that out, and I just want to show you. So, in fact, I'm going to turn it around and do it on the other side again. It's okay. No, it's fine. I want to check I've got my bobbin in the right way round. Yes, I'm all good. Right. Let me just show you again. So, over the metal plate and underneath. Yeah. And again, I like to hand crank it just through the first couple of rotations. Make sure the presser foot is down, and then we are cutting and stitching at the same time. You can see the fabric being trimmed away, and at the same time, I think I might have this machine threaded incorrectly. It's because I haven't got my glasses with me. You can see the action. Okay, right, look. There's my fabric, beautifully, neatly cut off. I'm just checking because my thread's looping a bit, so I'm just going to rethread my machine. No, it's fine, don't worry. I can see. I've got really used to reading glasses now. And I've come away this time without a pair with me. And I was staying in a hotel that was nowhere near shops. So I haven't even been able to sort of go out and buy a pair. You see, I'm just having to feel my way. Is the thread there? I can't tell. Contact lenses are great, but they're not brilliant for vision. There we go. Right, that's that. And then I'm just going to check the bobbin as well. Taking that off. I'm just going to make sure this bobbin is in right as well. Whoops. Oh, hello. There we go. Right, so if in doubt, if you're ever having these kind of problems, check out sewing just with a straight stitch, just to make sure that everything is correctly loaded. So let's just do, in fact I can just do that stitch, it'll be fine. Okay, beautiful. So this is the stitch that I'm using on my, let me see if I can show you. Can you see that there? There we go. So that's the stitch that I'm using, okay, but I'm using that over the edge of the fabric. So let's pop the side cutter foot on. Remember, this goes on Brother sewing machines, and the ones that we sell, it will fit all of those, okay? I can't say that it will fit if you've got like a 40-year-old Brother sewing machine. I don't know if it's high shank or low shank, and I don't know whether this is high shank, low shank, I'm afraid, but I know it fits all of the machines that we sell here. Right, okay, so press a foot down, and then let's just hand crank it to get it started, and let's start sewing. So again, you can see that is cutting away that raw edge and effectively doing the job of an overlocker, but for $39.99. You see, this is why you always have to check your threading before you begin, because this is absolutely fine now. There we go. Yeah, it's definitely worked. Look, okay, so can I just I want to show you there. So this is the wrong side. Yeah. And this is the right side. So you look, no whiskers. Very neat, very tidy, beautifully overlock. I mean, it's not overlocking, because overlocking is 3 or 4 threads and you can't convert a sewing machine. But for my money, I use my side cutter foot all the time. I've got an overlocker. Most of the time I can't be bothered getting it threaded up and out the box, because it's usually something quick that I need to overlock, and I just use my side cutter foot. It's an official Brother side cutter foot. They are brilliant. They are very easy to use. But you can see what happens if your machine isn't threaded up correctly. This is the kind of hairy nonsense that you get. And you think, oh, is that me? Am I doing something wrong? But actually, it just look, it wasn't threaded up properly. Awful. And then threaded up properly, it's immaculate. Yeah, brilliant. Now, remember that your machine will probably have different over-edge stitches for woven fabrics and for stretch fabrics. So if you're using an overlocking stitch on stretchy fabrics, you need that overlocking stitch to also be stretchy. And so make sure you pick the right stitch. So yeah, the foot will work on any fabric, you know, within reason. I mean, always test before you, like you would with anything. I mean, I've got a scrap of fabric. I am testing that first before I go on to my dressmaking project. So, but you can also use this to overlock your fabric pieces before you start constructing, or you can do it once you've constructed to finish the edges, either together or separately. Really, really worth getting. If you've got a Brother sewing machine, an FS 130, 180, 210, 250, if you've got the NV 1100, if you've got the VQ4, you never get a side cutter foot with a machine as standard. So you haven't already got this foot with your machine. I can tell you that. It is an optional extra, and it's one that I specifically asked if we could have on Sewing Street, which I think is why they always get me to demonstrate it. Which I'm more than happy to. And I'm more than happy for it to go wrong and to show you what went wrong and why as well, because, you know, this happens. It'll happen to you. It happens to me. Trust me. Make sure you have your glasses with you. This helps a lot. This helps a lot. But yeah, it really is. It's as easy as changing any foot. And then to take it back off again, remember you've just got your little black button at the back, which you press to release the foot, and it comes straight off. Yeah, it's very easy. And then your regular foot just clips back on. There you go. Keep going through for the side cutter foot. I will just mention very quickly, we have still got those gorgeous cotton canvases in our under £10 hour. We've got some fabulous fleeces as well. And I've got waterproof fabric. I do. Right. These are great. So this is a 1 metre bundle, and I've got a silver grey and I've got a cobalt blue. We'll do the royal blue. Yeah, we'll do the royal blue. So this is that proper water repellent fabric. So if you pour water on this, you literally end up with just like bubbles of water jiggling around. It's ever so clever. You're getting a metre piece, and this is a really wide fabric. I'll show you. Look, there's your width. This has got to be, what, 60 inches wide? And you're getting a metre. It's a big piece of fabric, really big piece of fabric. 150 centimetres wide by 1 metre, 100% polyester, and it's water repellent. So great. You could use it on the back of a picnic quilt or a beach quilt or something like that. That would work really well. You can use it in bags, of course, to make them wipeable, water repellent outdoor cushions, things like that. Yeah, cushions for the garden. Very, very useful. Sand can be very damp, can't it? Even if it appears dry, quite just below the surface. We've also got grey. What about making something to go in the back of the car for when the dogs are wet? The dogs are wet. Jasper, Finley, in the back of the car. That's just me on a weekend. I haven't actually got any dogs. That's why people stare at me, right? Right, I need to do the menu. This is tomorrow. I'll be home in Yorkshire, but I will be watching. 8 a.m, fabulous fabrics. At 9 o'clock, Janie Burnett Bleaches on with Janie's Originals. Actually, if you stick around, she's on Hobby Maker straight after the break. At 10:30, we've got Sewing Room Tools, and at 11:30, we've got a special 1.5 hour show on Brother Embroidery Machines. Now, as I say, Hobby Maker is up next. You don't need to go anywhere. Don't touch that dial. Stay tuned for a fabulous afternoon and evening with Hobby Maker. All right, it's been an absolute pleasure to spend the weekend and Monday with you. Thanks for sticking around. I will see you very soon. Until then, goodbye and take care.